Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? I assume you can. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing okay. Still, still alive, so I can't complain.
Hi, I'm Linda. Nice to meet you.
Good to
Nice
meet
to meet you.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Oh, I've got to become a judge, right? So give me a moment. I have to change my name.
I just did for you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm Kayla, by the way. I'll change my name in a second.
Hi, Kayla.
Stuff. I guess I have to change my name as well.
I'm going ahead and doing it.
Thanks.
Okay, so how many of us are there going to be, Kayla?
We're going to be 3 judges.
We're 3, eh? Okay,
Yeah.
right, yeah. And Mohammed, have you done this before?
Pardon?
I was just asking Mohammed whether he's done this before.
I have not. I have not. First time. Yourself?
It's fun. I did it once. It's a lot to remember what happened last time, but I think that we had a good reminder this morning. So I think it's going to be fun. It's fun. It's long, but it's fun.
Oh, and it's live on YouTube. Is that
Are
it?
you all able to log into the InnovaTank?
No.
Well, we're privately streaming it.
Okay.
We're privately streaming it, and then if the footage is okay, we're gonna let the teams view it.
Cool.
So any special words that you need to write? Well, okay, hold on. I'm in a school meeting at the same time. Okay, so first of all, let's do. Are you guys logged in and good with your InnovaTank?
Not yet.
Okay.
I had tried it earlier.
Here, if you're having trouble.
I tried it earlier and it was okay, but I don't think it keeps you in. You know, it kicks you out after a while, I think.
But since the team is supposed to come in 4 minutes, I suggest you log back in and see what you have.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. My school meeting's done. Sorry.
So, yeah, I think it'd be good. Like I wasn't able to join the 1 o'clock meeting. So maybe if I could have a quick 30-second brief of it, that would be super helpful for me.
Down right now. Okay, so the way it's going to work is the teams are going to come in, 15 minutes presentation, 15 minutes Q&A period, 10-minute you guys get to go in, guys and gals, sorry, in a separate breakout room to deliberate, and then another 10 minutes coming back to give some positive, negative, constructive feedback. All right, so that's the general working. We have 4 teams to go through today. And what else? What else can I say? So you have your InnovaTank, you have your judging that you're going to be doing on the platform. If you have issues logging in or anything like that, I can get Jeff in here and you can share your screen and we can troubleshoot together. And basically, yeah, you're grading on that. You have 10 minutes to deliberate. We also have prizes for best speaker. So after each presentation, I'm going to ask you who you thought was the best speaker. And at the end of the day, who you thought was the best speaker of that group for each group. And then at the end of the day, I'll ask you who you thought was the best team chemistry.
Okay.
Good.
Thanks for that.
No problem.
I am in InnovaTank, so I'll get there.
Perfect. Another thing is, are you guys familiar with like Zoom breakout rooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to pre-open them right now and I'm going to assign you to them. You could go in and come back and navigate to it if you like. So that's what we're going to be using for any kind of time where you shouldn't be on the stream. So any deliberation period, any break time or anything like that. So I'll be like, okay, judges, you can click the 4 buttons and you can go to your breakout room. So I'll assign you to them now, to that now. You can, it's prompting you to go, you can go and come back, you can click no, I don't want to go. Anna's here, perfect.
Yeah, and
Hello, Anne.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
All right, so I'll preemptively assign you to your judge's room. You don't have to go to the room, but that'll be the place where we go to do our deliberation and our break time. Good?
Yeah. So I just go now. I take the room. Yeah.
No, you don't have to. That's when you can go and try and then try to come back to make sure that that you can do that. But if you're familiar with Zoom, you can.
I'm familiar with Zoom. Yeah.
Do you have your Innova tank open? You're on mute, Linda.
I did have my Innova tank open.
I was just saying, hi, Anne, I'm Linda.
Hi, Linda. How are you? Yes.
Not too bad.
I saw you at the previous sessions.
Yes,
Yes,
everything is a whirl. I have a feeling I'll get very tired of sitting here. So I may stand up every now and then, but
yeah, I turned it off on mute for that reason.
yeah.
Or on just so I can move around.
Right, right.
So if you like, there's 3 of the 4 teammates here, but while we're waiting, a good thing that happened yesterday was the judges that I had discussed like how the question asking was going to go, because it goes from presentation to question asking right away. So what they did, and it kind of worked well, is like 1 question per, and then if you have extra time, you can go ahead with a question. So do keep in mind your questions throughout the presentation, just in case you have to kill time or whatever.
Sorry, who is business and who is engineering among us? I know I'm business.
We can do a round table if you like.
Yeah, let's introduce each other.
So who is the engineer?
So I'm an engineer.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I guess I'll give a bit of my background. Yeah, I studied in Concordia Engineering, in industrial engineering, but the past 8 years or so, I've been working at Accenture, doing technology transformation work. So,
Great.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome.
How about you, Linda?
I am at the JMSB, John Molson School of Business, and I've been there for my whole life.
Wow.
Since age 0.
I think you're selling yourself short there.
Well, I don't know. But no, I'm in the management department.
Okay,
And
cool.
you, Anne?
I have a science background. I did my MBA at JMSB, just finished 2 years ago, and I'm now working at Novartis. I have a background. I have a PhD in science as well, in science but not engineering. So working at Novartis, just changed roles from a medical role now to a marketing role a couple weeks ago.
Okay, cool. So it sounds like Mohammed does the engineering questions.
And I've been a case
does
competition judge before, and
and does all the other questions, and Linda says, "Oh, those were great questions."
No, you're going to be great. We're going to be a great panel.
You guys will have to guide me because I have no clue what I'm doing.
We're going to be
fine. No, it's going to be all good.
Yeah.
There's no question that's too obvious.
Yeah, sometimes the most obvious ones are the best ones for the team. I can go on one very quick. I'm in my 3rd year of my software engineering degree at Concordia, and I'm the director of corporate for ENGCOMM.
Oh,
Excellent.
Cool. Excellent.
I'm also in the ECA, if you remember what the ECA was, Mohammed, or maybe not, whatever.
I do.
Perfect. So are we ready to let the team in and start the presentation?
One question.
Go ahead.
I'm in the Innova tank.
Oh, yeah.
So what do I need to do to get started?
Can you share your screen for a second?
Sure thing.
I can see what you have.
Share screen, there it is.
Should be able to. Oh, my whole computer messed up now. All right. Yes, Division 1, Case 2.
Okay, so I go here and just click on it.
Yep. Maybe scroll down.
He told us to go to
a
dashboard, which is what I did.
Yeah.
Okay, do what Anne said. Go to dashboard.
Then I went to evaluation. Yeah, I clicked on evaluation.
There you go.
And then I went to start evaluation, and I guess Glass Logic is the name of the team, I'm guessing.
Yep, they're on their way in, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
good stuff.
We'll
Thanks.
see.
You got it? Okay, maybe
Yeah.
turn off share screen for,
Oh, and very quickly, Mohammed, they suggest that you take notes in pencil, write them down instead of just relying on the electronic, because sometimes things go wrong.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah.
all right, do I let him in?
Yes.
Hello, Glass Logic. Nice to have you here.
Hello.
Who will be sharing
Hello.
their screen?
I will be.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Can you?
And you guys know the 10 minutes, 5 minutes spiel.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Can you see my screen? Okay. Is that all right?
Judges? Perfect.
Yep.
Cool. Judges, I'm going to ask you to stay on mute for the presentation. And whenever you're ready, team.
Oops. Sorry. Just 2 seconds.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, we are Glass Logic. You, Montreal's Transit Commission, are going to leave here today feeling a lot less concerned after we provide you with a solution to the negative press coverage you've been receiving regarding your new smart card technology system. My name is Meg, and I'm going to be taking you through the objectives and the day in the life of my good friend Sarah and the problem definition. Then Orla will be taking you through our solution. Alex will be taking you through the implementation and sustainability, and then Rasha will be taking you through the marketing and recommendations. So, this is my good friend Sarah. Sarah wakes up every weekday at 7 a.m. to get ready for work and start her day. Today, Sarah has a very important presentation first thing this morning in front of her boss, and she's very nervous. She makes her way to the metro station on time, only to find the card reader is broken. And now there's a line of people looking for assistance. They're trying to find different ways to pay for the card, and no one is to be found to help. She just missed her train, and now she's late for work. Sarah's not impressed, and she takes to social media to rant about the terrible service. Our objective today is to firstly improve the uptake of the LA card and convert their current users to use the LA system. Secondly, we want to improve customer satisfaction, like Sarah's today. And thirdly, to ensure no loss in revenue by making modifications and avoid possible repercussions. The current service offers 8,000 AA devices, and they have 1,869 MTC vehicles. They have on average 1 million daily users, and there is currently no app available to them. So what are the limitations of this current service? Well, firstly, operators and vehicles are not comfortable with this switch. A huge limitation was not using a third-party vendor. There was about a total of 34% of card readers and gates either broken or out of service, and customers are starting to become enraged by poor service and having to find a different method of paying. So in the next slide here, you can see our profit and loss account. This is for the years 2021 to 2025. As you can see, the maintenance fees are considerably high. Meanwhile, the gross profit is also being affected by the issues that I mentioned. This limits the potential profitability of this investment. So now I'll pass you on to Alex, who will go into further details about the limitation.
Thank you, Meg. So there are limitations with the current LA system. Networks can suffer from poor connectivity, poor strength, and poor speed, which is infuriating to the customer. The software, can often be full of bugs, poorly optimized, or completely incompatible with the latest operating systems, and old hardware, which can suffer from poor efficiency, general bulkiness, and incompatibility with current technology. Orlo, I'll introduce you to our two-pronged solution.
Thanks, Alex. Our solution is to integrate a number of systems into one database to control the entirety of the Montreal Transit Commission's operation. We plan to make use of the current LA card with the addition of the LA Vite app to make it easier for customers to use public transport. The Ally Vita app is connected to the Ally card, and existing hardware already in use for the Ally network is being utilised. The other side of our approach is data analytics. We suggest MTC partners with both Accenture and Elastic in order to improve their software using both artificial intelligence and real-time data. Introducing the Ally Vita app. This is a new way for customers to get real-time information of public transport services, from metro to buses, streetcars to paratransit services. A phone with an NFC chip can be used to tap in place of the Ally card. This will be more convenient for users who choose to take this approach, as they won't have to keep track of their card. The app will also allow the user to report any technical difficulties they encounter during their journey. This will improve customer satisfaction by making them feel that their voice is being heard. It will also help maintenance keep track of problems during the early phases of our implementation plan. The app will have all the current features of the current Ally service, such as allowing top-up and subscriptions to be purchased. As stated previously, the Ally system will make use of the Elastic Kibana stack, a data software that allows data to be read clearly and efficiently. This will be invaluable to both software and maintenance staff, allowing them to keep track of complaints and delays in the service. The next partnership we suggest is consult with Accenture. Accenture offers tailored artificial intelligence solutions for clients. We propose using Accenture's expert advice, similar to how Ducati used Accenture's AI to help with bike improvement. So how will this AI work? The primary purpose of the AI will be to help with predictive maintenance. Data collected from both the app and maintenance staff will be used to help the artificial intelligence learn when maintenance is expected or when problems are beginning to arise. This will save on both time and cost, as it will allow for more effective maintenance at the right time, while also avoiding disruptions to the service. This will again greatly help with customer satisfaction. And I'll now pass you back to Alex for our implementation plan.
The first prong of our solution involves primarily the maintenance and repair of the current system. 60% of current issues were caused by issues within the network itself that Ally uses. So for the 5 years, we plan to fix these intermittent connection issues, provide upgrades to the device speeds, and assign the new IP addresses in line with the demand that Ally are expecting over the next 5 years. The next 30% of issues involve the hardware that they use, which is primarily going to be dealt with by replacing the faulty readers, faulty cables, and storage cards, once again in line with the expected demand of the system. The final 10% of the issues involve software, correcting of which will require the correcting of bugs in the software, translation errors in the business accounting, and fixing the inefficient code instances, and ending with the final 3 bugs, 3 translation errors, and 5 inefficient code instances to be fixed at the end of year 5. The second prong of our proposed solution is the innovative prong, which involves what my colleague was discussing earlier. It means establishing a database to store information on the failures of devices, and continuing on to run regular network checks throughout the remainder of the 5 years to try and maintain the network as best as possible and be able to predict failures. The hardware issues, which once again consist of 30%, will require the implementation of a tracking system to track which of the 8,000 devices are proving the most faulty, and then use this information to know which ones to replace and repair for the years going forward. This will also incorporate the use of our AI from year 3 to help with the prediction and the maintenance of this. And the final 10% of issues, which are software related, will require in year 1 to have our AI incorporated to predict the failure and release the beta Ally Vita app to make sure that any issues can be resolved before the full version, which will be released next year, is launched onto the full market. We will also introduce the AI-powered chatbot assistant to help keep the cost of hiring new staff down and improve customer satisfaction. From year 3 then, we will begin releasing updates that are incorporating the agile system to help predict any issues that may arise and then fix them for the remainder of the 5 years. Our total predicted expenditure for this, for the whole system for the total 5 years, comes in at just under a total of 2.3 million Canadian dollars over the 5 years. So the strengths of the system are that we allow everything to be at the tip of the customer's finger, and the app will also allow consumers to provide quick feedback and report any issues that are related to the system, which will also improve the customer service. A weakness of this is that the older demographic, which may not be as inclined to use smartphones, may prefer traditional methods. The opportunities are that people are more inclined for contactless payment options for security and for safety from COVID-19. This will also allow more feedback to be allowed into the system, which will help improve the system further with the help of the AI. The threat of this, of course, is any software glitches that arise and any internet outages, which will prevent us from rolling these out as time suits. We hope to achieve all of this in line with the United Nations Sustainable Goals, primarily Goal 12, which is the maintenance of the current infrastructure, Goal 11, which is a future in urban transport, and 8, which will help create jobs in IT and maintenance of the system. This also means that it is becoming increasingly important for tech-savvy leaders and their organizations to be aware of ethical decision-making's role with respect to technology disruptions. We are mindful of our consumers' personal privacy and access, right, protecting their location and data by encrypting it. The ethical tech mindset reflects our cultural characteristics that employers and their employees alike can embrace and support their efforts. Thank you. I'll now pass you on to Rasha.
Thanks, Alex. Now here's a breakdown of our target market. As you can see, we have the TAM, SAM, and SOM. The total available market comes in at 1.78 million, which is the population of Montreal. The serviceable attainable market for LA is 1 million, which is the daily ridership. And the SOM, which we have estimated is 15% of the SAM, meaning it's 150,000 daily riderships. So in terms of our target market, we are aiming the app at those aged 16 to 24 years old. It's mainly centered around youths, college students, and graduates who are more technologically inclined. They're cost-orientated commuters as they have less disposable income, and some of which may be unable to afford any other means of transportation, such as a car. So in terms of the USPs, the unique selling points include the ability to use the app as a mobile scanner and also to top up, which is a potential opportunity to move towards a cardless system. Being able to receive real-time departure information and travel updates from the app. Also, one is able to keep up with up-to-date information so you can tell when your bus, train, or other means of transportation will be at the stop or station, and set up your favorites so you can quickly access real-time bus and train information for the stops you use the most. The stops and routes can be viewed and navigated through the app. Additionally, one has the ability to view the capacity and reserve a booking. There will also be an AI chatbot as a form of assistive technology to help customers with their problems. So, our marketing approach focuses on the use of signage and billboards near the subways and on the vehicles, displaying the changes. We'll be using a COVID-19 campaign to showcase the benefits of a contactless system, appealing to members of the older demographic. We wish to collaborate with businesses to create discounts to entice users alongside launching a virtual campaign, utilizing their social media platforms and running competitions to win a monthly pass via social media to interact with a larger audience. So, for a means of comparison, we researched into a different public transportation model. We investigated the SITE project in the Basque Country, which was founded by the European Union. Through the research that we have conducted, it is evident that they have successfully managed to implement their latest model across their public transport system, with little to no complaints. It gave us a great insight into the transition, specifically the Muji card system, and how the vendors accepted the transition more seamlessly, alongside the communicative media and promotional methodology used to implement their latest model. So in terms of our recommendations, after analysis of the Basque model, we decided that there are adaptations that could be made to LA, such as the creation of a new card scheme where the first 1 to 30 trips will cost the same each time, but once you reach the 31st to 60th journey bracket, you'll be charged at a reduced price, and over 61 trips will result in free travel as an incentive to use public transport more frequently. The trip total will reset to 0 on the first day of each month. It would remain contactless, and top-up points will be readily available in news agents, train stations, and via our app. I'll now pass you back to Meg.
Thanks, Rasha. Let's come back to my friend Sarah, who seemed to be in quite a predicament with the old MTC system. Let's see how she gets on with our solution. Sarah can now wake up in the morning, go to the metro station, and even if she runs into difficulties with card readers, she knows she can use the app to pay and get to work on time. Let's hope Sarah nailed that presentation. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation. Hopefully we've solved this problem, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
All right. So judges, if you have any questions, please feel free to go ahead and start right away.
Well, I don't mind starting and saying that thank you very much for your presentation. It was enjoyable. It moved through very well. I think you all spoke very well. I do have a question, and I think you may have started addressing it at the end of the presentation, but you talked about the customers being dissatisfied and that this app is going to allow them to report issues, problems that they were having. How exactly would this work? And what would the expectations be of the organization being able to solve their problem when they're running late for work? Solve it on the spot.
I believe I can begin answering that. So a lot of apps these days, for example, like the Mtc system, they already have a place in the app where you can report, for example, either give feedback. So for example, yeah, it was good today, it was all on time, etc., etc. And they can report something like an outage. For example, station 4 on Main Street is down, there's one gate broken, it's not working. And this can be reported immediately by a customer to the app. And then the app will transmit this information to the database which is running the system, and then a technician can start straight away, well, as soon as possible, to actually start addressing this issue.
If I might add to that as well, so I think it seems like a lot of dissatisfaction in the past was to do with these sort of issues, and it seems like they weren't getting fixed very quickly. So I think we envisage that the problem would be fixed by the time they're coming home from work or their next time they're using the transport, because of the maintenance will be much more efficient with the app, so their problems should get sorted faster. It was also stated in the brief that there is usually more than one scanner or gate there, so the customer will always be able to get onto their transport, they'll always be able to get to work and get to wherever they're going. But this way, at least they know the next day their problem will be resolved and all the gates will be working again and all the scanners will be working again. And also with the artificial intelligence, as the years go on, we hope that this won't be an issue at all, that the artificial intelligence will be able to predict when maintenance needs to happen so that customers won't have to be complaining as much. So the idea with the complaints in the app is really for the first year or two while the AI is getting started and getting to know the system. So we're hoping that won't be needed as much in the future, but we just wanted to make sure that in the meantime, customers could have a voice and make sure that their complaints are being heard.
And just to mention as well, this will be on top of the regular scheduled maintenance that is required to run the system anyway. But this will help predict failures so that they can be checked out before they actually happen, which will reduce the overall downtime of the system.
Okay, thank you. I will let the other judges take over.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I liked your scenario of it made me feel like someone that could be affected by this. I had a question concerning, you talked about your target market for the app was 25 to 34. And I wondered, what are you doing for older riders that may also have experienced these problems with the LA app? So because I see here it's 16 to 24 is your customer profile. What about other riders? What are you doing for them?
I mean, essentially, we do intend on eventually going completely contactless, especially in today's day and age with the pandemic, to lessen the amount of transmitting the virus. So we're hoping that with a bit of promotion and advertising, people will want to actually take part in this app. Our target market was aimed at this age group because we know that they would first immediately love the idea, whereas maybe the older group might have to take a bit of convincing, which we think we can do through the promotion and advertising.
And also, if I may jump in, what we're doing for the older part of the demographic is that we're kind of trying to move them towards the website and the chat bot and the AI assistive technology. So it's like a step in the right direction without forcing them to go completely contactless, because a lot of the older demographic can be more resistant to change. So it's just like a stepping stone to our ideal goal.
Might
As well as,
if that's okay. Oh, sorry, Alex. I was going to say that the app isn't compulsory either. That's definitely not what we want. We want to make sure that people can still use their Ally cards. So for whoever wants to continue using their Ally card, they're absolutely welcome to do so. Getting rid of the card, I think, makes it easier for some of the younger generations who might be worse at bringing around a wallet with them, and they might be losing their cards and they'll never lose their phone. So in that way, it's easier for them. And it's also a more sustainable approach, as we won't be giving out cards needlessly. So the app or the card will still be used for whoever wants to. So if someone doesn't have access to the internet or doesn't want to go through the app at all, they're very welcome to keep going with the current card system.
As well as that.
Go ahead.
As well as what my colleagues have mentioned, as because Ally would have total control of the app, as they gather more data and they gather more figures on how this is being used, it's going to be very possible, for example, for when you first download the app, that the app might ask your age. And for example, if using the software, you can determine that someone who is older, say over 70, who needs to make appointments, but they cannot rely on anything else, that they could have a version of the app, for example, that would have bigger letters and easier color fonts to read, and without providing so much information that might be irrelevant to them, which can all, of course, be done with the help of the AI and with gathering data on how it's being used.
I was going to ask you just a follow-up question, and then I'll cede the floor to my fellow judges. How do you see it going forward? What's the percentage between people using the app and people using the LA card?
It depends very heavily on the demographic. I mean, me and my colleagues were discussing this. I mean, I like the idea of being able to use basically Google Pay and Apple Pay on my phone without having to take my wallet with me. And of course, now there are cars that are coming out that you can basically lock and unlock your car using your phone, so you don't have to carry a set of keys, and it's possible to have such a system put into your house. Whereas my colleagues, they prefer to still have their cards with them rather than have everything in one, because of course, if I lose my phone, I'd be in trouble. It depends very much on the demographic and what people generally prefer. But as these systems become more available, and as phones with the software to allow this become more and more common, it's going to be a definite increase in the number of people that are going to want to use this because it's more convenient.
And also, if I may step in, Ally on the brief, they stated that they're hoping to up the ratio of their target market of those using the Ally cards to 5% every year. So we're estimating that maybe 35 to 40% of those of the 5% will join and use the app and avail of the system. And that's kind of the part of the demographic that we're aiming at the start. So we're hoping that it'll gradually increase as time goes on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I guess it's my turn. I think it was a great presentation, so I echo my fellow judges on that. I think what I liked was the fact that it was relevant to today's times, right? You know, being contactless, frictionless, however you want to call it, is key. But when designing I guess a customer experience application or platform, you always want to, gear towards the customer, right? And you will now have a lot of data that could be used, right? So potentially you could have a real good view of like the customer profile and really have a customer 360 view. How are you going to use that? How are you going to better the customer experience with all that new data collection that you have?
So I might start. Just one main thing we would know is the busiest stations, the busiest bus stations, the busiest train stations, and this could help with customer experience, such as things like cafes or other customer experiences that might be added based on the clientele that's passing through them, whether they're going to work, whether they're doing whatever they're doing. So I think knowing about your target audience, knowing the busiest stations will have a big effect on even on maintenance. Like we might have to do more maintenance on the busier stations. I think that's about all I have. Anyone else has anything to add to that?
as well as marking out the busiest stations. It's also going to mark out the busiest times so that we know that, okay, for example, Monday morning, there'll be 20% more users than the average. So we're going to do our best to prepare the system and check, say, the maintenance the night before to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. And then the potential to carry out any maintenance required during off-peak times, for example, on evenings and late at night when shutting down the gates will be less of an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. I think that's good. Maybe I'll refine my question a little bit. How can Glass Logic benefit me, particularly me, Mohammed, as a particular person, right? What's going to be personalized about my experience with all that data collection that you have? How can you make it a better experience for me personally?
Well, we aim to set up a favorite so you can quickly access your real-time bus and train information. So it'd be more centered around the consumer. It'd be a consumer-focused approach, and like you'd get specific travel updates from the app, and you'd be able to the app would sync with you and your most used stops and stations. So it would have a really consumer-focused approach in that sense. Yeah, using your data. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, you touched briefly on the privacy issue, and I'd like a little bit more of your thoughts, your understanding. You talked about an age demographic. You talked about the privacy issue. How do those fit together, and how is that perhaps going to have an impact on your customers' willingness to participate?
We're going to, as part of that, one of the big important focuses of the app is that the app does not track your location when you ask it to. For example, a lot of the newer software for Android and iOS, when you launch a particular app, it will ask you if you want this app to know, for example, your physical location. And of course, this would be something that we would implement, is that the app does not need to track your location or physical location until you ask it to. For example, if you want to find out, say, what the nearest train is to me, what bus is going to arrive and at what time. And as well as this, the personal information, for example, as Mohammed was mentioning, that what would suit him, like his personal daily schedule, for lack of a better term, would be pretty much on the software. So we're going to make sure that the software strictly stays within the database only for the use of improving the software, and it will not be sold or shared with anyone else, because that is just not necessary. And personally, I think it's unethical. So we're going to avoid that.
We'll definitely make use of encryption to protect data, personal data.
Cool. May I ask another question? How do you view the evolution of this application, right? When as it relates to social media and potentially even integrating with Facebook or integrating with Twitter or Reddit or whatever the case may be?
We actually did discuss this when we were thinking about the possible app. I mean, it's of course a possibility with the resources available to Ali as a fairly big corporation in the city of Montreal. It would have to remain optional, though. I mean, not everyone would like to share their information with this, and of course the ongoing current ethical issues with those apps at the moment are quite topical, as they're selling this information, and a lot of people are disagreeing with this. But of course, if we find a way to integrate social media with this app ethically, of course it would be a benefit, because, for example, I could see, oh, my friend was on the bus ahead of me, so tomorrow, or my colleague was on the bus ahead of me, so if I go 5 minutes earlier tomorrow, I might meet my friend for the commute to work.
Can I ask another question? You talked about, at the beginning, you talked about our public image problem. Can you tell me again what your plan is to rehabilitate your public image?
So I think the improvement in service is going to help hugely. So I think at the moment, I would imagine that customers would have to physically go find someone to tell them of a problem on the service. So having the app allows you somewhere to really conveniently and quickly report an issue, because I'm guessing as a busy commuter, you're not going to go try find someone in maintenance or find a manager to complain.
I meant more, yeah. we have a bad, all those news reports talked about, and I was thinking, how are you going to do? Do you have a marketing plan to kind of, tell the public about our new and improved services and all that? And what would that look like?
I'll open that question to Megarasha.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. So we want to change the way that the consumers view the business currently. So we want to create a very consumer-focused approach. So our marketing campaign focuses on signage and billboards. So we want, like, centered around the subways and on vehicles. We want to display the changes to users who are using the current public transportation means. And we also want to collaborate with businesses to create discounts to entice users who use the LA cards. So that, and launching a virtual campaign utilizing their social media platforms and running different competitions to try and engage with the younger part of the demographic by offering monthly passes for free via our social media campaigns. So we're just trying to display to the consumer that we've changed our approach and we're more consumer focused, and we're really taking in consideration the needs of the individual.
What kind of businesses? Sorry, I was going to
Sorry.
ask, what kind of businesses would you partner with?
Different cafes and restaurants and bars, and we're thinking you could offer or shop discounts, so like vouchers or like codes that you could use at the different retailers to offer like different discounts, or even you could even stretch into attractions, like, you know, tourist attractions. There's many different avenues that we could proceed with.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, where we're from, our travel card has a list of companies on the back where we can get a discount. So if you present that card to the restaurant or the cafe, you might get a 10% discount off it for having this specific travel card. So that would be a very easy adaptation to make with this card as well.
Right. All good with the questions, judges? Yes, perfect. Okay, so I'll start the deliberation. Judges, you can go ahead and navigate to your breakout room. If you need help, just let me know. And the team, I'll put you in your team room to de-stress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You okay?
No, where do I go? Help.
Okay, the four boxes at the bottom on Zoom. It might be in
Oh, okay, got it.
the screen. Yeah. Were you guys waiting? Can't hear you. You're on mute, sorry.
Oh, not sure what happened. I think we just got.
Oh, at the end of the breakout room, it stops it and it kicks us back into the main room. So I think
I
that's
actually
what happened.
I brought you back. Are you still deliberating? Do you still need a few minutes?
We were still we were
Okay.
kind of aligning on our
We
feedback.
were wrapping up. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry about that. It
No,
just
no.
was the end of the deliberation time, so I thought that. But if you need to finish discussing here for a minute, oh no, actually no, we can't. Do you want to go back into the breakout room?
Maybe for a minute?
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Actually, I don't know how to do it now.
So the breakout room button is on the bottom. It's the 4 squares. If you can't see it, it's in more probably.
Oh, got it.
Already? We're back, okay. Do you think they needed help?
We're coming back. I think they should be all right. There we go.
All right. Did you guys manage to input your scores already? Or you're gonna do that in the 10 minutes after?
I think I'll do it in 10 minutes after.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
Perfect. All right, I'll let them in.
Glass logic. Oh, hello, Glass Logic. We're very happy to see you back, and thank you so much for your presentation. The judges agreed that it was very enjoyable, and we really liked your slides where you started personalizing it, talking about somebody who's late for work and so on. So that was very useful. They were colorful, they were clear, except sometimes they were a little busy. And so as we were trying to get through what you had on the slide, we kind of either had to focus on the slide or on what you were saying. And it was a bit of a challenge to do both. We felt that partly because it was busy, because there was lots of information there and lots of ideas, sometimes they seemed superficial. There was a little bit less explanation and depth than we would have wanted. And we really liked the fact that you went beyond and collected information about, the system in your own city, the UN sustainable goals, things like that. That was all great. But again, it just made it a very, very information heavy presentation that was difficult to follow. So my fellow judges will give you a little bit more detail about what we meant about these challenges.
So do you want me to take it, Mohammed? So I actually enjoyed your presentation. I like that you made it real for all of us. I like that you started out with, the public image issue, but I felt that your marketing plan didn't really address the rehabilitation of our image, not only with our writers. I understand that you had the writers, in mind, but I also felt like there was a whole image issue in the community, which was present in the press clippings that could have been addressed perhaps a little bit more. We could have used maybe social media, some kind of campaign that could help us rehabilitate our image. So I felt that was a little bit lacking also, because the idea is also to attract maybe users that have left the system as you presented in your first case, where that perhaps that person got late to her meeting. Now she's not using public transit anymore. She's getting a car because she can't deal with the uncertainty. So I felt like those are kinds of issues that needed to rehabilitate our image. So that was something for me that was a little bit of a miss in terms of plan and trying to. So if you have a marketing plan, it should go into those kinds of details as well and be more specific. The types of businesses I asked you that you're targeting. So sometimes maybe a little bit less detail, but fleshed out a bit more, so we get a feel for what you're doing is really helps us envision what the plan would be. But overall, I loved your ideas. I loved your enthusiasm, and you gave a very good presentation.
Yeah, it was a very good presentation. I concur with both Anne and Linda in the sense that a little less is sometimes more. I think a couple of the areas that just for points of feedback, I guess, is when you undertake such a large transformation, right? You want to show how you're providing value, right? And one of your key stakeholder groups in this case would be the writers, right? And you could probably tell by the question that I asked, it was a little bit hard to understand how this will actually impact the customer positively, right? Like as I'm taking public transportation, right? I want to know that, great, I have a new app. Now this company knows a lot more information about me. So instead of taking 60 minutes to get to work, it'll now take me 45 minutes or 30 minutes because the routes are optimized, right? So like that whole benefit management or value to the customer, I think would be key to kind of bubble up, in future presentations. And then the other thing is, again, along the lines of just depth, the presentation talked a lot about certain things, like, for example, AI as an example, right? I think what would be good is to actually talk about the technologies underneath all that, right? Instead of using it as a buzzword, it could be you could talk about how, and maybe this is not a good example because of data privacy, but like how facial recognition could be used, if it's in the buses or some of the routes that you take, or there's different tools that exist that use AI. I think you had mentioned chatbots, but it would be good to kind of go to the next level of detail and understand what are those solutions that would help and benefit the customer. But good, very good presentation.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is that it for judges' feedback?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Unless you guys have questions for us, actually, the participants.
Questions for the judges?
No. In terms of the overall approach of as in apart from the marketing and customer feedback, what did you think of the feasibility of the implementing of the app and the data, using Elastic in partnering with Accenture?
Well, yeah, I actually work at Accenture, so maybe I could answer that. I think it made a lot of sense, right? Like, I mean, when you undertake, because this is a large transformation, it's really what it is, right? And when you undertake such a large project, you probably want to partner with whoever you believe is the best, right? Maybe a company like Accenture could provide you, AI or technology services, right? but a company like Elastic could potentially be the ones that are the experts in a particular area. So complementing the both is what we do a lot of the time. In most cases, we do that at work. So I think it was a really good approach to take.
And I could jump in to say that as somebody who's a little bit more than 24 years old, I think that you're probably underselling a large segment of the population that is quite comfortable with phones and quite comfortable with apps. And so I found that that was a little restrictive in the sort of age stereotypes, you know, that you have. Many people would be quite comfortable with apps.
And it's there for everyone. I think we were just, you know, saying that those are probably the people that will first be drawn to it.
Yeah, I think primarily for the first phase of the implementation, we wanted to go with the younger generation, but we had plans to expand on that after like the first year. It's just the easiest demographic to seek into straight away. That was kind of our thoughts anyway, originally.
And perhaps you could have said that, because I think it would have.
Apologies, sorry, that's actually what
I mean, to Linda's point, it probably would have flowed better if you had kind of said first year we focus on this age group, then we're, you know, kind of going to test it out with them, and then, you know, so going deeper to the next stage, I think that would have helped as well.
Oh yeah, apologies. No, we meant it after the test market. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thanks, Julian.
Thank you. Well done.
Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so
were we too tough on them? Were we too tough on them? No.
It's good feedback. What you thought is, I mean, as a student who does consulting competitions sometimes, I'd be happy to hear that. So good job.
Oh, okay.
So the other team is already in the waiting room, but we have the input scores time. So do you think you'd be able to do that in maybe 5 minutes?
I hope so.
I'll try.
I'm gonna try, yeah. I'm gonna try.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you to the breakout rooms just in case you want to talk, and if you have an issue, come back, and then when you're finished, come back and you can have a break or whatever until the rest of the judges are finished. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go to the breakout rooms if you wish. Oh, and also before you go, maybe not. Okay, never mind.
What's that?
I'll ask after for the best speaker.
Okay.
You can talk about it.
Sorry, we're supposed to put that in the chat to you.
Yeah, chat to me, but you can talk about it in the breakout room too as you're inputting the scores, and then I'll ask you when you come back to put it in the chat. I'll have everybody at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. So
We're back.
we're back. Awesome. So I would like you to, in the chat, you can message me who you thought was the best speaker of the team.
And we have to get their names right?
I think I have a PowerPoint to show you if you forget their names. Give me a second. Let me try and find it.
I was sort of half joking. I think I know the person's name.
But I'll get that ready just in case.
Okay. I go back to this.
Can I ask you a question, Kayla?
Yes, of course.
I completed my scores, but I saved them, but I didn't want to submit them yet because I think I would like to maybe evaluate people relative to each other,
Okay.
like the teams. I don't know if
I think you can go back in and change them after you submit.
it'll be okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's an edit button. I just saw that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sometimes you can be more strict at the beginning and then it's like figure skating judging, right? You saved
Well,
your
I've
best.
never had that experience. But okay.
No, but it just, that's in the Olympics, that's what they say. In the preliminary rounds, the scores are bad. And then as you get closer to the top, the scores get higher because you don't have to hold on to best scores anymore. You just give them.
I'm just missing you, Linda, for the best speaker.
Yes, I know. Sorry. I just found out that we could download the presentation and I rushed back to do that. Mohammed just let the cat out of the bag. Let's see. To Kayla. Where are you? There you are.
And whenever we're ready, okay, perfect. The next team is in the waiting room. So can I let them in?
Yes, please do. I think we're running a little late, eh?
We're running 9 minutes late. Let's try and make it up. We got
this.
I'm admitting them. Hello, team. Jessica is joining. Right. We're just waiting on Jessica. If you want to preemptively share your screen. Sorry for the wait. There we are. All right, so hello team. You know the drill with the 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, and 0 minutes. You shared your screen, so that's perfect. And judges ready? Yeah, perfect. So start whenever you're ready, team. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. So good afternoon. We're excited to present our improvement plan of a lure for the Montreal Transit Commission. We can go on. So today we're going to highlight a few major things. So first we're going to highlight the major issues of Mtc, and then we're going to talk about the current technology problems that they're facing and provide a current revenue analysis, and then analyze future digital trends that we're going to implement within our plan. And then we're going to look at our actual solution and implementation plan. And then we're going to move on to a projected profitability analysis.
So MTC encounters two types of problems, the first of which being technology and the second of which being branding. With technology, many of us card readers under the Allure system fail often, which can cause frustration to a customer and when they must switch their form of payment. These technology issues carry into the company image. Failed card readers consistently result in bad press in popular Canadian news. Possible repercussions. Thank you. What does this mean for Allure? Poor technology and bad press create a wide range of negative repercussions for MTC. Inconsistent methods of payment result in possible lost revenue and a resistance to the Allure adoption. When card readers fail at the point of sale, customers switch to an alternative form of payment which they may not prefer, which can take up more time and hurt on-time arrivals. Bad press review can obviously create a poor image for MTC, and many operators feel a sense of frustration over the failed card readers, hurting their morale and likelihood to promote the system as new riders. This frustration can result in higher operator turnover and low ratings to the overall MTC network.
So next, let's look at how this low morale and these repercussions can affect the bottom line for MTC. So what we started with is we looked at what they're earning in revenue right now, given if there was no malfunctioning card readers. So we can see on that second blue line, we have the total annual revenue in millions projected for MTC based on a fully successful IR system. Then what we broke down is assuming a conservative 10% of all devices will be malfunctioning, given the set of assumptions provided to us by MTC, to find a total annual revenue lost. So we can see they lose about 19.1 million in annual revenue in the first year, all the way up to 102 by 2025. So what does this mean for IR? We see right here in this red box, the percentage of total revenue loss continues to increase. And if MTC wants to continue pushing IR and promoting IR to its rider base, having more riders use IR will only result in lower bottom line revenue moving forward.
So we identified a few of the major technology problems that IR is currently facing. First, we identified the card reader malfunctions as a major problem. And this was a major problem mainly due to the fact that it's causing a lot of bad press and bad for the branding overall for this IR system. And then we also identified the ability to assign an IP address and storage as two other huge problems with the IR system currently, and two problems that we could fix quickly to improve the overall system. So if we were able to quickly fix these two problems, we could fix 60% of all issues with the current system. So next we're going to look at the digital trends that we need to implement with the MyIR solution. So the first trend we're seeing is the current trends are shifting towards more mobile systems. So people are able to use their resources anywhere. And for MTC, this means that we need a solution that allows its clientele to access routes, access their MyIR account, and access real-time data from anywhere on their mobile devices. We're also seeing a shift towards Internet of Things. Specifically, technology is being integrated into everyday life. So MTC needs to keep up with this integration and needs to, in order to not be obsolete in the future. So this MyIR account needs to be integrated into a person's everyday experience with their transportation. We also need to integrate more data analytics. So now more than ever, data is being used to drive how a business operates, both internally and how they operate with their clientele. So MTC needs to capitalize on this valuable data acquisition trend and use it to improve their customers' experience. And the last major trend that we want to integrate within our solution for IR is artificial intelligence. So this is a rising tool that's recently really shown its value. So with automatic processing, problems can be fixed extremely quickly without drastically hurting the business. MTC can use this technology to fix their problems in real time. So with all these trends in mind, we created a threefold plan. First, we're going to address the immediate issues with the MTC IR system. If the ability to assign an IP address and storage are fixed quickly, about 60% of the problems with the IR system will be fixed. Additionally, the bad press associated with IR will be quickly rebounded if the card readers are fixed. So while we're fixing those three issues, we're going to concurrently redesign the MyIR account and introduce it, which we'll talk about later more. So this redesign is going to focus more on integrating the new trends we previously discussed. And then the last full part of our plan is that we're going to continue to update the system until all of the problems have been fixed over the next 5 years. And we're mainly going to focus on fixing the connectivity issue, since this problem makes up another 20% of the current issues that the system faces.
And now I'm going to introduce MyIR, the one-stop shop for riders, operators, and technicians to ensure a smooth and enjoyable ride for everyone. As a rider, you have one app to track your preferred transit method. You can make payments, earn rewards, and even report a disabled card reader. And as an operator, you have customized features just for you. When operators recommend MyIR to new riders and new riders sign up under their name, they can earn referral rewards. These are reviewable to their supervisor for promotion opportunities. And finally, as a technician, you have all issues you need to tackle right at your fingertips. You can view outages from devices across the map and view other on-call technicians if you can't make it to a device to help. On the left here, you can see the sign-in screen. Welcome inside of the app. This is the first screen that all users see once they click the login button. And users can now indicate if they are a rider, operator, or technician and sign in with their credentials. Operators and technicians can use their email addresses provided by Montreal. Thank you. These are user menu options on the left. As a rider, this is what you'll see right after you log in. MyIR needs to be a simple, very simple design to provide a smooth user experience. So we have 5 simple options for riders to choose from. In settings, riders can view their personal account information and change their password. In personal, riders can view their current rewards and payment balances. And then the map lets riders track their preferred vehicles and gauge estimated arrival times. Inviting friends to join MyIR produces rewards for the rider. And after every 50 rides, equivalent to every month riding, riders get a free ride. Inviting friends will help them reach this goal faster and earn them additional free rides. Help and report allows riders to instantly report a malfunctioning device or high congestion. So think of the GPS app Waze, where users can report road hazards or stationary police vehicles on the road. This will help other users track where congested areas are the most and where they can expect delays, as well as bring an alternative form of payment. The user balance screen, this is where a user can view how much money is left on their account. The user is able to add funds as well as see a projection of how long those funds will last based on current transit patterns. The user rewards screen is where users are able to see their total rewards points from transit trips accumulated over the lifetime of the use of the app. And then a projected point total based on the average daily rides of the user from specific time intervals, such as a week or a month, is shown on the bottom of the screen. These points can be redeemed for free rides, and these rewards can also be customized based on how valuable the user is to the system, and we define value as the amount of referrals a user is able to provide for the app. And the more referrals a user will have, the more valuable they are to the system, and so it will allow us to customize the rewards at a future point. And finally, this is the user map screen. And this is one of the most important features of this app because it allows users to favorite certain routes of transit that they take most regularly. And it shows an image of the user's current progression through the current transit route, similarly to Google Maps or when you're GPSing while you're driving. And the estimated time of arrival is shown on the bottom as well to the user, as well as any delays caused by maintenance or other issues. And these specific issues are shown using consistent icons, and as they are reiterated, these users will be able to understand exactly what these delays mean just by looking at those icons. And these delays on the top of the screen are calculated and displayed. Here, for this example, we have shown 3 current delays, as well as the number of referrals that account has offered. And again, this is how we calculate the value of this user. And since this user has had 9 referrals, they are considered extremely valuable because they have converted 9 of their friends or acquaintances to use this application.
And 2 of the integrated features we would like to implement are machine learning and data analytics. The machine learning algorithm will go through routes in real time and suggest the fastest possible routes as users see fit. And the data analytics dashboard will help you allow to see the detailed journeys of your daily commuters, This will help you gather insights on their routes, the durations of their routes, and their preferred commuting systems, which will eventually help you suggest better routes in the future.
So now let's take a look at how this will be implemented on our implementation timeline. So like we said, we have a 3-pronged solution, or 4 prongs in this case, because MyIR we're considering as the 4th one. So when you look at technicians, the first year of this output in 2021 would be focused on hiring and training the technicians out in 4 intervals. We don't want to release all the technicians at the same time, because if there's any modifications that needed for training, we want to make sure that we can make those adjustments in real time. Hence why we split it out into 4 groups. The second priority that we have is card reader replacement. We understand this is the sole source of all of the bad press that MTC was receiving. So despite this being a very expensive fix, it's quite necessary in order for MTC to recover its image in the press. And therefore we have 1,500 rolled out in the first year to be fixed, and then 1,000 following that. We want to make sure that most card readers are back up and running as soon as possible. And then with expanding storage through SD card replacement, we'd like to make sure that with the introduction of the MyIR app, there is storage capacity for these new users that are joining the MyIR base. So we're taking a proactive approach in 2021 before the app is launched to make sure that that storage is available, and then continuing to add to that in the subsequent years after the app is launched. And the last bullet point here we have is MyIR, and that's the launch process and the launch timeline. So that first year is going to be spent on developing and testing the app, and the subsequent years are launching. We'd like to launch this as soon as possible to make sure that users can really use all the benefits out of MyIR and start earning their rewards right away. And so our next slide here has a projected profitability analysis. At the top, we have some of the key costs that will be associated with this implementation. Note that all of these costs exactly mirror what's indicated on the implementation timeline, giving the pricing details we were provided by MTC. And then from there, we have a total revenue. This has been copied from our old slide with our original projected revenue, given that all of the devices are working, and we subtracted that referral benefit. So like we mentioned, you would get a free ride every 50 rides. So we incorporated that into a loss of revenue. But even what you could see there is that it's such a small percentage of revenue in the end that it's taking away, that it's really not hurting the bottom line profitability for MTC. Couple things that you may notice is that there is declining profitability over time. And we thought of a couple mitigants for this. One of them is to reduce the reward system to 1 out of every 100 rides. It may seem like a lot, but think that users are using the MTC system about twice a day. So it's really not that much over the course of maybe their entire user experience, as well as a tiered pricing system, perhaps increasing the 1-day price cost and maybe offering another bundling package for users that use this app very often. And what you also notice is that the sum of those costs, the technology upgrade and the technician costs, only constitute about 1% of annual revenue. So cost isn't necessarily an issue in this circumstance, and we do have the rest of 2024 and 2025 available in case there is any problem in the implementation, or in case we want to add additional features to the MyIR app, like an API to incorporate Google Maps or instant Venmo payments when you're paying your friend for a ride on the app. So we'd like to thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
All right, judges, if you have any questions, now is the time. Who's first?
All right, I guess I could go first. Thought it was a really good presentation. Everybody did a really good job. The way that you guys brought us through the presentation was like easy to understand, and it felt like it's an app that I actually own. It was very simple and felt like very easy to use, so kudos for that. I have two, I don't know if they're basic questions, but I'll call them basic questions. Number one is the rewards. Like, what can I do with that? And then my second question is, what do we intend to do with knowing the value of the customer?
Sure, so I can answer that for you. So in the future, we were hoping to see how many, to answer the second question first, we hope to see how many referrals a user has. And not only that, we would also look at the referrals and see how many rides those referrals have taken. Because if they've been referred but haven't taken any rides, or taken maybe 3 or 4 rides, it's not as valuable as someone who would refer a person who has taken 90 rides, who then refers to another more people. So we could use technology to create a user network to figure out how many people are being referred and what those referrals are and how valuable they are, and see how usable and how valuable that these users are for the system. And then obviously reward them based on the value of that. And I think it would be really beneficial, because if someone sees how the app is responding to how many referrals that they are giving, and they would be more likely to continue that process, especially provide even better referrals. And I think that's something that we can obviously pull out later on in the future. This isn't like a first step kind of thing for the app, but that is obviously future for that. And I'm sorry, what was the first question? Was about the rewards as well.
Yeah.
So we were going to start by saying, like, you take one trip and that would be 1 point. And that point, once you get to 50, you could redeem those points for a free ride. And what Alexis was saying at the end there, we could always change this number based on how much money is coming in, how many users we have active currently, and things like that. And again, I was also saying that we could also customize those rewards based on the valuability of each user, which again can be calculated through technological means and algorithms that can be made by the developers of the app.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good answer. I think if on this slide there's going to be 546 points, that kind of means like 546 free rides.
Yes.
Seems like a lot, but so maybe something to think about, like maybe.
546 points is not the free rides; it's how many trips that you've taken.
Oh, gotcha.
So for example, like this person has not redeemed any of their points. So they could, for 546 points, they could redeem about 10 rides. Because each ride is 50 points. Oh yeah, it's not 546 free rides. Sorry about that.
No, it makes sense. Okay, so all good for me. I think that was a good answer.
Good. Can I jump into the mixed? I enjoyed your presentation, actually. I like the fact that I could feel what the app would look like and it felt real. I had a question about how you're going to get, you talked about the reward system and the referrals, but I was wondering, do you have any other kind of marketing plan to kind of increase people's adoption of this new technology and this new app other than referrals? Because I felt it's very referral heavy, and as you mentioned, there might be some sustainability issues later on in terms of cost.
Yes. So I think there's maybe two solutions to your point. So the referrals, they don't just come from other riders. It's important to note that the referrals also come from operators. So operators are incentivized to promote the MyIR app to new riders. So if you're a new rider and maybe you're used to using tokens, maybe at your old type of transport station, operators would then be able to track how many referrals they have. While they're not going to be redeeming that for free rides, their supervisors can directly see how many people they got to the MyIR app, in which case that's very important for promotion purposes or for raise purposes if they have greater revenue to delegate to their workers. In terms of alternative marketing strategies, and word of mouth is always the best. It's always been proven to be the best. So that's why we decided to highlight the referral system. But you could also go with more traditional forms of marketing. So for example, signage, when you're first purchasing, maybe you're going to the ticket booth and you're purchasing your tickets or your tokens. That's a great point to offer brochures or signage there that would advertise the MyIR app, because that's where you're hitting the point of sale for people that are using the traditional methods of payment. When it comes to maybe more digital forms of advertising, I'm not really sure if using like a television or social media would be as applicable. If you decided to go the social media route, we would recommend using something that's geographically based, making sure that people who are traditional riders in Canada and in Montreal would be able to see this. But I think that normally just traditional advertising would be the best in this circumstance.
Because I was also wondering if you had a strategy for rehabilitating our image, because we've taken quite a hit in the market because of our problems with our apps. So,
So our main way to rehabilitate our image right now is by prioritizing fixing those card readers immediately. And so by doing that, we're hoping to mitigate the bad press, as well as using that referral system. When people see, I've used the MyIR app and now these fixed machines that were formerly broken, they now work. Word of mouth is going to help repair that bad press that they're having right now. So we chose to delegate our funding there in hopes to mitigate the bad press. Of course, if you increase the operator morale and the employee morale, especially through these new systems and this integrated technology, you could possibly do some interviews with some who maybe were disgruntled before and didn't like the old system, who are now praising the new system and getting that word out. because I understand when a lot of people have a bad first impression on these types of devices or a bad user experience, it's very hard for them to come back. So to maybe feature some stories of people that have and operators that have shifted their attitudes would be really powerful for customers coming in.
I'd love to
Thank you.
pick up on, sorry, just building on what Anne was just saying and what your response. I would love to pick up on this notion of the operator's motivation and how it's going to be turned around and so on. And so can you tell me a little bit about how you think the system of having them sell to customers is really going to help their motivation and get them excited about being at that job, excited about their role?
Sure. So I can get started on that again, just because I answered the last one with that point. The main incentive that operators aren't going to have, they're not necessarily going to be to build relationships or to be so excited about their job that this is their dream job. And we understand that. And that's why we wanted to do something realistic. The point that we were trying to get at here is to have a financial incentive. So while they're not getting a discount on their rides, their supervisors are seeing who is excelling, you don't even have to be a dice salesman. It's just giving a brochure, introducing yourself, saying, hey, if you think that this is great for you, put my name in the referral system. You don't need a lot of referrals, but if someone has gotten 5 referrals over the course of the last couple months, that might be pretty impressive. And that would be, if you're next in line to promote people, maybe instead of based on seniority, how long they've been here, obviously maybe not as much skill as long as you're driving the vehicle appropriately, that would be another differentiator for people to show that they are doing their job and they're doing it enthusiastically. And I think an increase in pay is only going to increase that morale. So we decided to target that problem just with the pay incentives.
Yeah. One other thing I would add to that is that within the operator application and portal that we have, another problem that the operators were having is kind of understanding the app and stuff like that. When the card readers weren't working, they were kind of frustrated with the app. So within the portal, it has a portion where we're going to have tutorials for the operators so they fully understand this new system, and we're going to have clear communication throughout the system.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a small question. On slide 19, we talk about machine learning, data analytics, and then some of the things I think was around the fact that we would be able to see what are the fastest routes and things, a dashboard for the clients. How is that different than what is available on Google? And if so, is the difference so much better that it's worth investing in the company developing these kind of integrated tools?
I would say it's not that different from Google, but the thing we are doing here, it's public transportation and it's available to all. So I think it is worth investing in, and we're already making that happen anyways and improving a lot of things along the way. So I think with the way the world's going, it's definitely worthwhile to make this investment and get this machine learning and data analytics and things of that nature. So we're already diving into it. So I feel like we should really dive headfirst and kind of just be willing to make a little change and risk it a little bit.
And one thing to note as well is that the Toronto Transport Service, they actually use Google Maps as an API integrated into their system. So it is possible that if we find that the development costs significantly exceed the $30,000 that we allotted for, we could integrate an API instead and therefore use Google Maps as existing technology, especially when I was abroad in Europe and I was trying to navigate 3 or 4 different types of public transportation, it automatically chose the fastest route for me. So if we find that those development costs are significantly different than our projections, I think it would be beneficial to replicate what Toronto has already been doing successfully.
Great, thanks.
Is there an issue with ethics, privacy? Did you have any conversations about that? The information that you're collecting from customers, is there anything that has to do with ethics or privacy that you would like to tell us more about?
Sure. So a really big thing to note about this is that information about routes and things like that and data such as that, we don't associate that with any names. So let's say there was a girl Miranda, for example, who was taking a specific route every single day to work, we would not record that information in our system when we are taking those fastest route calculations with any sort of name association. And as for payment method, in terms of like profile and settings, that stuff is very heavily encrypted. And so when you do use that magnetic card to pay for your rides, there is no really, that is as secure as technology can allow, that those payment methods will not be breached. And of course, there are obviously consistent ethical concerns about privacy and things like that, but we do try to share that we do not like to associate the data with any personal information, such as like payment information or names or things like that. And other than having your name and your email associated with the account and a payment method, there is no other way that we can identify who you are. So it doesn't really seem to, there isn't quite as much personal identification issues in terms of information security as there are for other social networking apps that you would use on a daily basis that would calculate like where you are and what you Google and things like that. So in terms of ethics and security, I would say that this app is pretty up there in that regard.
I had another question, actually. Thank you for that answer. On slide 20, if we could go to that, I think it's the next slide. Yes. What is this 1,500? Is that your costs?
No, so 1,500 is the number of card readers that we would be replacing.
Okay.
There are approximately 8,000 card readers. So
okay.
that multiplied by the replacement cost, which I believe was 3,000 per device.
Okay, perfect. And then if we go to your profitability on the next. Okay. And those are all those costs. And you assume that we would have 100%, that we would have 100% ridership being paid for?
Could you clarify what you mean for the 100% paid for?
Well, you know, you mentioned in your in the introduction when we went through the calculations that there was a 10% loss of ridership because people come and, you know, they can't pay for it, which actually some people actually find 25% find an alternate means of paying for it. But what do you estimate now would be the loss of ridership in your new model with doing all this? Because at the end of the day, we want to avoid the revenue loss, which was quite substantial in your initial calculations.
And that's a good concern. So what we have here is the second line is the card reader replacement. So that is a slow rollout of fully replacing these card readers. The 10% number was given to us based on the exhibits provided by MTC. It said between 8 to 10% on buses and public transport vehicles would be out at a time. So we went with the conservative of 10%. Once those card readers are replaced, however, that number will decline, in which case, yes, we are making the assumption that once all card readers are replaced by mid-2024, that 10% would reduce to zero, and any further costs would be further maintenance costs on those devices.
So do you think it's realistic that we would have 100% all the time? That there's, did you do any research to see what is the, what is the Toronto Transit Corporation have as their?
So we weren't able to find any data on what Toronto Transport does. I tried finding like a lifetime for a card reader, but a lot of card readers can be very different. So we just couldn't really find an exact number on that. But what we do have is our first cost, we decided to do the technicians. So the technicians are there for increased, making sure that your IP address is recognized, but those technicians would also be a tool for maintenance. So if these technicians are stationed within like a bus station or in a subway station, they would also be there for quick maintenance of the card readers. Do I think that 100% of card readers will always be working? Of course not, because there could be other issues that are affecting these card readers in the future that aren't being affected by them right now. So certainly the 100%, we projected that for the next 4 years, given that it would be a full replacement of them. But once the life cycle of a card reader approaches the end, then we would have to focus on maintenance and replenishing. So perhaps in the 2025 to 2030 timeline, that's when we would start seeing some greater maintenance costs on the card readers. But for now, we are assuming 100% given the short timeline and that most card readers will last more than 3.5 years.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Great question session. Judges, time for deliberation. Go ahead to the breakout room when you're ready. And team, I'll place you in a room to de-stress. Thank you for your presentation. Do you need help? Oh. Hello, I'll let them in. You're all on mute, by the way.
Yeah, you could let them in.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, go ahead. Hello, team. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, good.
Good. So we'll give you a little bit of feedback on your presentation. First of all, I wanted to say we really enjoyed your presentation. I felt it was clear. You picked up on many of the key issues in the case, actually, and I appreciate the way you picked the issues that were most relevant for the card readers and trying to go for the main, the most bang for your buck kind of thing, and you really point those out. And I think this case also called for picking what you can solve and what's important to solve. So I really like that. I also like that you picked up on the operator issue, that there has been a problem with operators not being engaged in the current rollout of the LA program. And so those are things I really liked. I also liked all the detail that you had around the app, because it looked like it really gave us the impression you thought about it and you'd done a deep dive on it. You made it feel real. It could be something that all of us could use, would know how to use, and would find value using. For me, some of the things that I thought maybe could have been done a little bit better was and you probably understood from my questions, kind of like the marketing around it and getting the word out about this new app beyond word of mouth. And because I kind of felt, in my opinion, and that it could be limited in time, the referral process of getting new app, because you want everyone to know about it quickly. You want everyone using it. So I did feel, I like your idea of trying to give people rewards, but I wasn't sure if it was the best way to get the word out. That's just, that's my opinion as a judge or as a person, but I really liked your creativity. I like what you did. I like that you made it real. And so I wanted to commend you on that, and I'll let my fellow judges speak for you.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. I think Anne couldn't have said it any better. It was an excellent presentation. I think if I'm going to have to nitpick, I guess the implementation plan was, I guess I go by the philosophy of starting small and thinking big and scaling fast. But for some reason, you actually went the other way. And maybe there's a rationale behind it, where you actually went with I think 1,500 users, and then going down to 1,000 cards. So I would have thought that, like, we want to scale fast and let's get it over with, because we're learning, right? Like I saw that you guys were using principles of agile, right? With like launching and relaunching and relaunching. So if you do go with those principles, then you kind of scale fast, right? So I think that's one of the comments that I have. And then the other comment that I would say is, when picking a solution, you typically want to evaluate whether you want to go with a broad solution that could do everything, or best in class, right? And I like the way that both Jonathan and Alexis, you answered my question around using Google, potentially using Google APIs, right? That would be basically using best in class, because it already exists. It potentially is even free or very low cost, and you maybe want to consider doing that, versus potentially building something of your own, which will be a little less good, because let's face it, the company that you work for is not Google. And so, you have to make those decisions, right? And you guys provided both the answers that are potentially both good decisions, depending on your company and where you want to go. Thank you.
Okay, and coming back to the referrals, before I get there, I enjoyed your presentation. I thought it was good, easy to follow for the most part, and it made sense. One of the things that puzzled me was the notion of the operators and how you were going to bring them in, and that's why I asked the question, obviously. But it seemed to me strange that handing out a brochure to people would be something that supervisors would greatly value. and would lead to rewards in the long term, especially since it wasn't really clear how one would know that the handing out of a brochure or talking to a customer would actually lead somebody to take more rides. You know, so a little bit of the logic of how that was going to work, I felt was puzzling. I couldn't fully figure it out. I liked the fact that you were so clear about the revenues over time, etc. I found that sometimes when you were talking about lines in that large spreadsheet at the end, it took me a little while to find out where you were, what you were referring to. And I was thinking that maybe a little bit of animation, maybe bringing in an arrow or bringing in a color or something would have got my eye to move where you needed it to move. So just in terms of the visuals, I thought that that would be helpful. But again, these are small points, and by and large, I really enjoyed your presentation.
Comments, questions for us?
No. Thank you for your feedback. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Our pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you, team. Good luck for the rest of the week. Thank you, judges. You may leave the Zoom now, team.
Thank you, GCC.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. So, Mohammed, you've already said, yeah.
I'm going to be first this time.
Pardon?
I'm going to be first this time with putting in my name, given that I was last time.
I'm first, Linda. Sorry.
Oh darn.
and I also apologize. I think Linda, you were the only bad person.
Well, since I was last, I had to be.
What were their names? Damn it.
So there was Alexis, the one who talked about finance a lot, Jessica, who introduced a little more, Natalie, the one who took more like the ethical approach, and the gentleman, Jonathan.
I'm not sure this time. Sorry.
You're not sure who they are or who you want?
No, I'm not sure who I want.
Okay.
So I'm voting for somebody, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So technically you have a break until 5:40. Try to make sure your scores are in, hopefully before that, so I can just confirm. I've been confirming that your other scores have been entered. So try to enter the scores first, then you can, we'll ask you to go into the breakout room just for the stream purpose. So go into the breakout room, you can turn your camera and your microphone off, and then when you're ready, come back to the main room. Please by 5:40 if possible.
5:40. Okay, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Was I supposed to stay in the room? No? Okay.
No, the team is waiting in the waiting room. So but yesterday this team asked to wait until 5:50. So I'm thinking I'm gonna let them in at like 5:48.
Oh, can we have an additional amount of time then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe take another 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I'll get some
Thank you.
water.
Yeah, cool. You're on mute.
You know, sometimes it works that you hold down the space bar and you can unmute, and other times it just won't work. Do you want us out here or back in the breakout room?
Here's good. The team is in the waiting room, so
Okay.
I'll let them in. I think at 5:48. So
Okay.
if you need a minute, go get water or something.
I'll go stretch the backs of my legs again.
There you go.
All right.
No problem.
I'm adding you to my network, Kayla.
Okay. Linda, I couldn't find you.
On LinkedIn.
You're on mute. Hi, Mohammed. You're still on mute, Linda.
I'm sorry, I'm such an idiot sometimes. It's the line for our times. You're muted, you're on mute.
Not camera ready.
Oh dear. Yeah, maybe we'll get a chance to chat later, but I think I'm in there somewhere. Okay, let's get organized here.
Yeah, I gotta get the next case, right? It's
Yeah.
nice to have the slides, actually.
I know, yeah. Clever Mohammed for pointing that out.
So as I was telling Anne, the team asked to start at 50, even though they were in the call like 5 minutes before yesterday. So I think I'll let them in like 2 minutes to minimize the awkwardness, you know.
Yeah.
Is Mohammed there?
He's on a phone call apparently. But he said he's back in a minute, which is no problem.
Yeah, I played hooky from work this afternoon.
Nice.
Which is a lot easier to do now that you're virtual, right? I don't feel guilty. I've been working crazy hours.
I think everybody's been working more hours than they used to.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. And there's no, I find there's less delineation between home life and work life. You know, you just walk back onto the computer at night. Oh, you just like, it's so easy.
That's right. Well,
if you had seen me a month ago, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I've given myself a 10 p.m. cutoff time. After that, if I'm at the computer, it's going to be Netflix.
Oh, no. Well, I guess 10 p.m. for a teacher could make sense sometimes because if you have late classes.
No, it's just there's too much to do to fill in.
No.
It's crazy. It's really crazy.
Don't work so hard.
Can I quote you?
Of course.
I was emailing a physician last night because I'm working at Novartis, and he was emailing me back, and it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock. He's like, I think we're working too late. I go, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna answer that, but yeah. Sorry. I didn't expect you to answer.
But I think all of my colleagues are in the same position, you know? We just, I mean, after I'm done here, I got my spouse to order pizza, and then I've got to come back and grade papers, you know? Wow. And then I have a 9 o'clock meeting tomorrow. And it's just, I think people take it for granted that you're available. And because they take it for granted you're available, there's so much more coming your way all the time, you know? Anyway.
Well, yeah, that's it. Productivity has went up. And it's not in a good way, right? Like it's just because people can do more within 8 hours, in some cases 10 or 12 hours.
Yeah. But they do say that break is important, and you know, just being able to even commuting was a big plus because you know you left work and you had that hour of just processing time to move to your other life. And now we have to find ways to make that break.
That's what I find I miss. I didn't realize I actually miss a bit of a commute because you make kind of like a mental break when you're kind of leaving, but you know, when you're just like, you know, like my commute is like 1 minute right now. So there's no like, there's no time to like purge everything the whole day and just like,
that's right. Yeah.
And then sometimes I wouldn't open my computer again that night because there was activation energy to taking it out of the bag, unpacking it, plugging it in. Now it's like it's already set up. Like, what's my excuse? Type in your password.
Oh boy.
I think we have to go, right?
Are we ready to let them in?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay, everybody's Innova tank is ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Cool. Hello.
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 Hi.
Hello, team. So who's sharing their screen?
It's me.
Go on ahead. There you are. We've got the timekeeper sheets here that I'll be putting up went at 10, 5, 1, and 0 minutes. Other than that, judges ready? Perfect. So you can start whenever you're ready.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. I'm just waiting because it's not.
Okay. All right.
Good?
Yeah.
Do you remember the last time you took the bus or the subway and you couldn't get your phone to work since there was no cellular connection or Wi-Fi, which caused you to miss the station that you were supposed to get off with? What if we said there was a way for you to be able to get connected to the internet at all times while using public transport? Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I'm here today with my colleagues Kira, Karen, and Marley, and we're here today to present to you Smart Ride. So now let's take a look at the agenda for today. We're going to start off with the current situation, look at the opportunity statement, then move on to the situational analysis, and then look at the recommendation, the implementation we have for you, and then wrap it up with the key takeaways and answer any questions you may have. So now moving on to the current situation, I'll pass it off to Marley.
Thanks, Jasmine. So the current situation of MTC is that it provides public transportation to the city of Montreal. It's the second largest urban transit system in Canada. And it's implemented LA a year ago, which is a physical card system for customers to load funds on and do other activities. So the question before us is, how can MTC mitigate its issues with LA devices and pursue technological opportunities to enhance customer service and retain provincial funding? By implementing the Smart Ride strategy, MTC will be able to enhance revenue growth by 26% and profit $400 to $760 million in the next 5 years. So major issues that MTC is facing involve the broken LA devices resulting in customers switching devices or even methods of payment, inconsistent information to customers, and complexity of the implementation that was above LA's previous experience. So it's difficult for MTC to get help with the technological issues that it is experiencing. So possible repercussions of these issues is that there can be negative press, which there has been and there may continue to be, which will cause MTC to lose riders and damage future reputation. Also, when customers get frustrated, we can lose riders and leads to bad word of mouth. And then losing provincial funding is also a threat to finances and may damage the relationship with the province. So looking at the digital trends, a major digital trend is mobile payment. So the mobile payment market is expected to grow at a rate of 30.1% from 2020 to 2027. We want to make sure that we are capitalizing on the mobile payment market and make it very convenient for customers to use an application. And then another trend is the Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things is the interconnection of computing devices that is embedded in everyday objects via the internet, allowing them to send and receive data. This is a very popular investment. The investments are predicted to generate $13 trillion by 2025. We also want to capitalize on this digital trends in our strategy. And we want to make the customer experience as seamless as possible. Then finally, data analytics. So data analytics is extremely powerful because the ability to collect data about consumers can help to make data-driven decisions and serve customers better. So we want to make sure that we are implementing data analytics to improve customer satisfaction. Now moving on to Kira for the technological problems.
So a few current technology problems that we have identified include those in software, hardware, and network issues. As can be seen on the right, we see that network problems are far greater than other ones. And this includes connection problems as well as a lack of innovative smart technology. Software issues that include bugs, issues in code efficiency, and ultimately all this leading to lack of user satisfaction, and hardware problems, which do include malfunctions in card readers, cabling, and data storage. Now, move on. Marley will take on presenting our recommendation.
Thanks, Kira. So our recommendation involves taking the technology around the physical card, but since we know it's not working well, we're going to shift our focus onto a technology that uses phones, and an application for customers to have a seamless experience. So by implementing our strategy, you can keep up with market trends, improve your system, and make it easier for operators and customers, since the current physical card system makes it very difficult for operators when devices aren't working, and also make it difficult for customers when the devices aren't working. So now moving on to the rest of the strategy with Kira.
So we're going to call our strategy the Smart Ride strategy, as it's able to implement many different key aspects that will help users to be satisfied. Now we have chosen to not only focus on just one area of trouble, but all three: software, hardware, and network, as we do recognize that in order for a system to be most convenient and most and to satisfy users the most, they shouldn't address just one problem, but the system overall as a whole, the bigger picture, needs to be of good quality. So for software, we will update the existing software as well as push for an app development, as Marley mentioned briefly. For hardware, we will have some hardware replacements as well as upgrade our storage. And then network, we will have improvements in the connectivity as well, which will include a smart transportation system, which will be very attractive to customers and will push them to continue using our platform. And now moving on a little bit more into the software side. So we mentioned that we will update the existing software, and this will be using the agile methodology, which will allow for improvements in code efficiency and any bugs in the existing technology. We would further improve the software aspect to move with the current digital trend of mobility by implementing an app as part of the system. This application will be, instead of using the card, and will be an all-in-one pay and reload your card, which will be accessible through your phone wallet. You can imagine this to be similar to a Starbucks card available to make purchases using the Apple iPhone wallet. However, we would have additional features on the app, including display of user travel analytics, as well as transit status information that would be available through IoT, which we will be developing in the network strategy. Now moving on to some of the hardware. So as mentioned, there are some issues with card readers and cabling. One of the options for a solution for this is replacement of the devices and cables as needed. But prior to doing so, we recognize that it is important to evaluate the existing hardware issues. Is it a problem with the current technology? Should we be looking into a new technology? Are there certain cities that have maximized their profits and their user satisfaction with other technologies that we should be considering? Given these considerations, we will think about replacement of devices and implement newer technology where is needed. And lastly, we will upgrade to cloud storage. So currently, the systems do use SD storage, but if we are able to use cloud storage, we will have the ability to store much more data, and this will allow for us to use much more data and analytics within our transit system. I'll now pass it on to Jasmine, who will talk a little bit more about the network component of our solution.
Thank you, Kira. So now for the biggest change in network, because we do realize that it represented the majority of the technology problems. So first and foremost, we move on to fiber internet. We would use fiber optic cables instead of the traditional copper, of the satellite signals to provide internet access. Furthermore, we would use this because it transmits data using pulses of light that travel across the fiber cables at speeds that approach the speed of light, which makes them less susceptible to be intercepted or a theft of data. It also offers a greater bandwidth compared to copper, so the data will travel furthermore. Lastly, when you look at resistancy to hazards, you don't need to rely on electricity like copper, but not just that, fiber lines are harder and more resistant to environmental and fire hazards. So now if we take a look at the Montreal fiber internet system, we can see that more than 14,500 kilometers of fiber optic cable are already available in Montreal, and most of them are being used by major providers such as Videotron and TELUS. Now moving on to the sensors in the fiber, in the whole system as a whole, we would be using passive infrared sensors, which would be providing a whole network of electronic sensors that measured these the light radiations from objects in its field of view. But we would be using more specifically the motion sensors. The motion detectors are commonly used in security alarms and automatic lighting applications. And these sensors can detect vehicles with approximately a 99% accuracy, in addition to estimating their speed and classifying them in function. Now looking at the LPWAN, which is the Low Power Wide Area Network. We chose to go with this network just because of the three main components that it offers: a longer range, a low power, and low cost. In terms of range, the operating range of the LPWAN technology varies from a few kilometers in certain areas to over 10 kilometers in others. Furthermore, when you look at lower power, it is optimized for power consumption, and some of the batteries can last up to 20 years, which would help diminish the cost of replacements of hardware. Lastly, looking at a lower cost, the LPWAN simplified protocols and lightweight protocols, reduce the complexity in the hardware design. Now let's move on to the Internet of Moving Things. The Internet of Moving Things is the ability to connect anything that moves and monitor and analyze and deliver the real-time insights from the resulting data. And basically what it does is turning moving vehicles such as cars and buses into live networks. And our goal would be to partner with the City of Montreal and a company called Vinium to make Montreal a smart city, more specifically in the term of the public sector, a public vehicle. And this has actually been already tested the major test has been in Porto, Portugal, and has also been tested in cities across Europe and the US, because it removes the dependence on cellular network. Now looking at exactly how this management would work, let's moving on to the connection management of things. So this is how exactly it would be connected to the cloud. So basically the vehicles would use smart configuration and data analytics to choose the best network to connect to via the sensors. And then they would establish a connection on the move to the best hotspot in less than 2 seconds, according to Vinium, the company we would like to partner with. Moving on, lastly, the cloud would connect the network and to improve politics. And lastly, data management. Data management would work to configure the OM with global policies in the cloud using Vinium's policy management, moving on to assigning the right data profiles. And then lastly, moving to the manager, which works synergistically with the cloud. Now for the financials, I'll pass it off to Karen.
Perfect. So looking at the financials, we made a few key major assumptions. We assumed that the cost of the ride was $3.50 per ride, and that when there were 25% of users had to use a different device to pay due to the technical issues of the LA system. And so we assumed that about half of these people would actually be frustrated with the system, and this would be considered a loss of ridership. So using these major assumptions, we know that the expected revenue, where everything runs smoothly, where there are no issues with LA, would be approximately $1.3 million. However, given this 12% decrease in ridership, we would see that the loss in revenue is approximately $1.3 billion and approximately $16 million in a loss in revenue. So this brings us to MTC's revenue in 2020 to be $1.3 billion. Now, if we move on to the next slide, we'll go into the projections over the next 5 years. So the blue line represents revenues if LA issues were not resolved. So this is where MTC is currently at, that blue line slightly below the gray line. And the gray line represents where MTC could be if they resolved all their LA issues with the suggestion and the recommendation we have laid out to you today. And so we would see that with this solution, you'll actually have a 26% revenue increase if all LA issues are resolved. We can go into all of this in further detail in the question and answer period. But if we move on to the next slide, this is where we break down the costs as well as the profits or potential gains that this solution can make. So there are a few major assumptions that we made once again, that all the devices that currently are in operation, the 8,000, would need to be updated to match our current solution, and that there are approximately almost 2,000 vehicles that we have to take into account, and approximately 4,000 intersections in which these sensors would need to be put in. So we looked at both variable upfront costs, such as software and hardware costs, as well as ongoing subscription costs And we've came up with both a bull and a bear situation, just so we know what kind of range we're working within. And so we see that the total cost over the 5 years would be anywhere from 745 million to 384 million. And so if we look at the profits in the top right corner, we see that previously revenues, you were looking at losing approximately $1.1 billion, but with the necessary solution and recommendations we've made with you today, we believe that you can profit anywhere from $402 million to $762 million. Now, if we move right along to the implementation plan, starting tomorrow up until June, we would suggest that you look at doing software updates as well as hardware replacements and really starting this cloud migration. So going on, whether it be Amazon Web Services or going towards Vernium. Looking at the medium term, so from August to December, this is when you would develop the application, update your city to the fiber network, as well as install sensors in the major intersections. And then finally, in the long term, from January onwards, you would add new types of sensors where you see necessary and evaluate customer satisfaction and make any additional changes as you see fit. So the three main key takeaways we want you to take away is that first, this experience will enhance customer experience. The second is that it incorporates digital trends. And finally, it enhances revenue growth by 26%. We hope that with the Smart Ride, all your future rides will be much more simpler and much more productive. Thank you, and we now open the floor up to any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll get the ball started. Can you walk me through your financials? Because I just had sticker shock at 745 million to 384 million. First of all, it's astronomical cost because I know it's over 5 years, but still considering that what my total revenue is per year is what, 1 billion? You're asking me to spend almost all of my money?
Okay, so if we start here, we recognize that the revenue does grow, and with the LA system, we calculated that looking at revenue growth of approximately 33%, and this is not accounting for any lost customers. So, if everything runs perfectly smoothly and there's no customer frustration or negative feedback, then we would expect a 33% of revenue growth per year.
I'm going to ask you a question. Why would it grow by this much every year?
So we calculated it from, I believe in the case, we were given the average MTC revenue per year prior to implementing LA. And then we see that the revenue for 2020 was $1.3 billion. And through this calculation, we were able to see that the growth was 33%. So we took the ending revenue minus the beginning revenue divided by the beginning revenue, and we found that it was 33%.
Because I thought my revenue was about $1 billion for the last 3 years. I didn't see that we had 33% growth year over year, I have to say, but maybe I missed that. Because how would it grow that much? Am I getting more riders?
Yeah, so that's how, we came up with the $1.3 billion revenue for MTC of 2020 by calculating by taking those key assumptions of how, sorry, I think everything's frozen on my side, but by calculating, by taking the price per rider, as well as the number of riderships you have on an annual basis. And that's how we came to that value. And then Marley, if you go on to the next slide, this is how go on to the next slide, one more. This is how we arrived at our 5-year revenue projections. So I'm going to pull it up right here. We saw that the annual ridership of MTC as given in the case was 383 million. And so with that 33% increase, we see that it would turn out to be 500 and 7 million, and this keeps going. And then we take the amount of projected LA growth. So this is like the number of riderships that would be using the LA system. And so we calculate that to be approximately 776 million riderships in the first year. And then based on that assumption that we had the negative 12.5% loss in riderships due to frustrations with the system, we found that you would lose approximately 9 million riderships. And multiplying that by the cost per ride, we found that this was a lost revenue in $33 million. And we did this for the next 5 years, and we were able to calculate these 5-year projections. And if we go on to the next slide, we summarized all of this. So the projected revenue, including the frustrations and any revenue loss that they might have incurred, is given for each year in that case, as well as the total revenue that you would potentially lose over the next 5 years would be $1.1 billion.
I have to say I find that hard to believe, but I'll let my colleagues ask more questions, but I have a lot of doubts. Maybe we can go back to this, but
okay.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'll go now. I think the presentation was good, and the solution was is very innovative, right? Probably pushing the limits of innovation when it comes to this space, right? I think one of the big dependencies that you may have just kind of lightly mentioned was that you'll need buy-in from the City of Montreal, as you're probably going to partner with them. And when I look at the timelines, where within the implementation plan do we call out that, you know, we need some negotiation room with them, and we need their buy-in and potentially even some financial investments from them in order to make this real?
Mm-hmm. I can take that one. So I think we, just for the sake of like simplicity, we didn't put too many things on it, but for sure, I think that you're completely right. But I think also what may play in our factor, in our role, I guess, is a lot about like the fiber optic, let's say like the internet itself, the fiber internet is already in place, and Hydro-Quebec is the one that's actually intake of it and controls it. Furthermore, I think the fact that it's a crown corporation helps, and we already have provincial funding. So I feel like, yes, of course, it's gonna be negotiations, and we should have maybe put that on the screen, but just for the sake of simplicity, we didn't want to overwhelm you either. But of course, I think that that should be taken into consideration. That should be probably on the short term, because negotiations, as we know, can go for very long periods of time. But I just think that the fact that at least that they're a crown corporation, and the fact that the fiber internet is already with Hydro-Quebec will play in an advantage for us. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think like it's a good target state, but I do think that like you know, calling out those external factors is key, right? Because for this to work, Montreal needs to say, hey, we're in it with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I confess to being a little baffled by some of the innovations, and so I just would appreciate it if you could walk me through it a little bit more slowly.
Like the network part of it?
Yeah, well, I'm going to talk about that. So you talk about you talk about improving the hardware that's there now. Then you talk about building things into moving objects like buses and cars and that sort of thing. And then I wasn't sure the link between that and the Venium. Is that what you, etc. So just the pathway as you go from one system to the other, to the other, to the other, I just found myself running behind you saying, wait for me, I don't quite get it yet. So could you tell me a little bit how that's going to go from stage to stage?
No worries, I can take that. So basically we would start off with, so Venium is, just for your clarification, it's a company. So it's a startup, it's a tech startup. And basically what we wanted to do is start off with, if we go to the software, the initial phase would be basically updating the existing software that we had with agile methodology to make sure that the changes we're making, to test them and make sure that the changes we're making are going well, and then if there's any adjustments necessary, to do that. The second thing we wanted to do is make the app with a card, because usually now we can see a resistance with the card. So we thought that if we just make it all on their phone, it's going to make things simpler and much easier to see and just have everything in one place. Because as we know, people nowadays, everyone has a smartphone and everything can just be in one place and super, super simple.
Okay, sorry. When you say app with card, you're not saying that you're going to use the app on the cell phone and keep the card.
No, we're going to migrate the card to the application.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Stop me if there's any questions at all at any period of time.
Okay.
Secondly, for the hardware itself, we would go and check and verify the issues that the existing hardware has, and then kind of assess what those are, to then moving to replacing all the devices and cables that are not as functioning or are not working to the best of their abilities, and replace those. And secondly, the biggest thing we would do is replacing the SD cards that we have to cloud storage, so that it could just all be integrated with the application, and it would just simplify things as a whole, also with those reoccurring costs of replacing the SD cards when they're full, and just making it a lot simpler. Does that work? Do you understand that, or is there some question?
I think so, but the hardware continues to be used.
Yeah, the cables and the devices, yes, they have to be used, but not the SD cards.
But when you say so when you say the hardware continues to be used, I'm just curious about whether you're still talking about card readers or whether you've moved on to other types of hardware. I guess that's where I got a little confused.
Oh, there's no worries at all. Well, we would initially consider the card readers to stay with the card on its own, but if there's any other option that we see viable or better than that, we will look into it. But initially, we did think of keeping the card readers as they are already pre-existing.
And you would phase those out as you move to the other. Okay, and that's the part that I got confused about.
No worries at all. This is what we're here for, to clarify.
Okay.
And then looking at the network, which is the bigger part, a little more complicated to understand, is basically just trying to make sure we're replacing all the internet with fiber cables, because it works better with sensors and has larger bandwidth, and all the explanation that I had given prior. And then we would use that and basically put wireless routers in all the buses. And then the sensors that we have, which are the passive sensors, the PIF sensors, we would put those in everywhere on intersections and lampposts and wherever we can. We would initially start off with intersections, because as Karen mentioned, we had 4,000 intersections in the city of Montreal. And then those wireless routers would connect to those sensors to then make sure that because one of the main issues was the IP address. So this way, every bus would have their own IP address, and further along with the application that we have, we could use that application to track things like traffic, if the bus is stuck somewhere, and just we can integrate a lot of things into the application as a whole. This was the main idea. If there's any further clarifications you need, I would be happy to answer those as well.
I'm good, thank you.
No problem.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Not about the financials. You mentioned everybody has a phone and all this. Do you feel that there could be some resistance in other demographics? Because I'm assuming you're referring to younger riders, but what about a solution that fits for everyone, from the 75-year-old who's using the subway or whatever?
So I can keep continuing in this realm. I think, like we said, Kira mentioned it would be like the Starbucks application. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Starbucks application, but basically that's what we were kind of aiming for and we had envisioned when we came up with the solution. So basically the application works. You can scan the card, you can scan it on your Apple Wallet, but you can also use your card, physical card. So I think that would be the best thing, because we don't want to make anyone feel like they're left out.
Okay, so it's the dual at all times. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. What's your, can I ask a follow-up question, Mohammed?
Go ahead. Anne.
What's your, you talked about, our operators are not comfortable with what's our plan for our operators to maybe mitigate some of the issues that they're having right now?
The issues about like resistance to the...
Yeah, you said that, one of the major issues you identify at the start, since vehicle operators are not comfortable with smart card payments, what's your, maybe I missed it, what's your plan for addressing that?
I think the plan would basically be a lot about, like we were talking, Linda was assessing about a gradual change. I think it'd be more about that in the sense of kind of getting them, because I feel like the most resistance comes from fear, because of fear of change, a fear of the unknown. So if they're scared and don't know exactly how the system works is where resistance usually tends to come from. So I feel like the fact that we would make sure that it would be phased out, that they would get the proper training, proper understanding, that how this is these are the reasons of why we're deciding to do this, and this is how you do it, and if there's any questions at all, don't hesitate to reach out. I feel like that may mitigate a lot of the resistance as a whole, and if there's any other questions or anything that they have, we will try to address them to the best of our capabilities. But if ever there is a situation where someone is resistant, I'm sure that we would have to find a situation to that particular and unique situation.
So you're saying that the solution would be additional training to get more buy-in?
I think it'd be a lot of additional training and gradual change.
Okay.
Yeah, and one last question for me, I guess, just going back to this innovative solution. Where are you going to where are you going to get the skills, or what would be the approach to get the skills to support this innovation, right? Obviously, this would be pushing the boundaries of innovation, like I mentioned earlier. Like, who's going to support all this operationally?
So I can take this question. So I think we would definitely need to look for some, out of house resources, including like software development, obviously a lot of hardware development, a lot of engineering support. So certainly we would be looking beyond what is currently available. And as you mentioned, we would be partnering with the City of Montreal, which would be able to provide us with a lot of resources in terms of, city planning and things like that. Certainly there would be a lot more thought need to put into development of which companies we would be helping us with this, but as Jasmine did mention, we would be partnering with a startup that has already had experience in implementing this smart technology in cities.
Okay, and then your financials, did you factor in the kind of ongoing operations of this new technology, I suppose?
Yeah, so if we go on to the cost section of the appendix, Marley, you'll see that we took into account, there we go. We took into account first the upfront costs that come with software development as well as hardware development, including things along the lines of the number of engineers or the number of months as well as hours needed and the developer rate per hour. And we came up with both a conservative as well as a bull case. And then we also looked at the hardware costs. So we were looking at replacing the card readers or updating the card readers, and we recognized that these were about 3,000 per device, and there were about 8,000 devices currently in use, as well as cabling, the fiber optic cabling and wires and whatnot, as well as the sensors that Jasmine mentioned at the intersections, and the wireless routers that would be on each of the vehicles. MTC vehicles. So these were all the kind of upfront costs that we see that we need to take into account. And then the subscription service would be the Venium that Jasmine mentioned to create this whole internet of moving things. We looked at the pricing for that, and we found the price for the next 5 years. And it's a subscription basis per month. Per user. And so we calculated this to be about $720 million on the more conservative side of things. So these costs were all taken into account. Marley, if you want to go to the next slide. So that was our subscription costs and one more. And then these are our final costs, both the conservative as well as the risky case. And these costs were all taken into account before arriving at our final profit value.
Yeah, no, thanks for walking through that. Yeah, it just strikes me as a rather low. It sounds like such a project would probably be in the billions. But we could chat about that another time for sure. But thanks for walking through that. I could see the logic.
All right, perfect. So now it's time. Thank you for your questions, judges. Thank you for your presentation, team. Now it's time for the judges' deliberation. So judges, go ahead to your breakout room. And team, I can send you to team room to de-stress. I remind your coach to remain with your camera and your video off. The camera and sound off, sorry. Hi, Rui.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, how's the day been for you?
Pretty good. This is not my normal background. I'm at my boyfriend's house, but so I feel a little unprofessional, but it's fun. It's good. I like these competitions. So
Let me make you feel better. See, nobody's home is neat. We're all living through COVID.
Yeah.
My kids were just running behind me a couple of minutes ago, so we got to make do. Were you?
So go ahead.
I was going to ask, were you part of the session that caused some trouble today?
No, I don't think so. Was there a session that caused trouble? Oh, the Discord thing. Are we ready?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui. All right, let's get the team back in here.
Good. We got the full team. Good stuff. Okay, so thought the presentation was good. I think in terms of the solution, the target where you wanted to get to, essentially with a connected city with basically a connected city is where this was going, right? That is very innovative. I talk about it every day with my wife all the time about like wanting to live in such a world, but there's a reason why it's not there, right? And I think that looking at the business feasibility of how you get to a solution like that, as well as the technical feasibility, is something that this group should probably do a better job at highlighting if you go with such a solution. All right, so one of the key examples, one of the key dependencies is figuring out with the City of Montreal if they want to do this with you, right? It's not something that will just happen. It's something that is worth calling out, probably years of negotiations. The other thing is around moving away from business feasibility. Let's talk about technical feasibility. When we talk about being in a connected city, you're typically leveraging internet. So that's cloud, right? And so when we talk about cloud and network and hardware, right, you need to have a perspective of how all these pieces fit together, right? And we talked about them as distinct pieces. So we talked about the hardware pieces and the network pieces, but part of leveraging the internet, right, and an internet provider, right, even at home or anywhere else, is that you don't have to worry about the network, about the physical network or the hardware, right? They take care of that for you. So just thinking about the technical solution and the technical feasibility of doing things is key. Because if the MTC or the city or the company you're representing is now going in and actually managing fiber optics, you're not in the business, you're not doing what your business is intended to be doing, right? And maybe you'll want to kind of outsource some of these things. So just technical feasibility is something to consider. So anyways, I'll pass it on to my friends Anne and Linda, and they'll give some other feedback.
Do you want me to go next, Linda?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay. So I enjoyed your presentation. So thank you very much. I did have, you probably noticed from the questions about the financials, I think I didn't feel the financials were realistic for this organization. And from the total costs and what their profits actually are for this organization. And I think there might have been some mistakes or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I think, from this organization, I think the costs were not really realistic, because I don't believe we can get to 5 billion in annual revenue for this organization. So, and that was with the annual growth of 33%. I don't really feel that's actually feasible for the Transit Corporation, and I don't think getting to that number is feasible with just by introducing an app. Okay, but beyond that, I just wanted to point out some things in your presentation, just for in general. So when you highlighted some of your major issues at the beginning, one of them was the inconsistent information customers, and was vehicle operators are not comfortable. And I felt that you highlighted that vehicle operators was a problem, but then you didn't refer to it later on in your plan. And I asked you about it with the training and stuff. So I think if you're highlighting an issue in the beginning, you should kind of have some way of resolving that issue later on in your plan. So if you put it as a major issue, I think there needs to be some kind of tie-in later on, so the presentation feels more whole. And it was the same thing with, you talked about possible repercussions. We didn't go back to those possible repercussions to see how your plan solves those repercussions. So you told us what the problem is, and then your solution, but I didn't get the tie-in back to how this would address all those possible problems, which you actually highlighted very well. So that to make that tie-in, it kind of gives that presentation that whole kind of unity and with the guiding information in the story. So that would be some things that I would say to improve future presentations. So I'll pass it off to Linda.
Okay, thanks, Anne. And I guess I will go on to say that I think I expressed it a bit during the question period. It was like an explosion of ideas. I was very excited when I heard that, a city like Porto had, had things all worked out. And in a way, if you'd explained to me a little bit about the research you did to see how they got there, then it might have made sense to me about how we could get there as a Montreal corporation in this case. Let's put this nicely. I felt a little bit when I said that I didn't understand the pace and this sort of explosion towards this end and how the timeline went. I felt kind of stupid, I felt sort of as if, well, gee, I should be understanding. And as you talk to me about things like the Starbucks card, I don't have a Starbucks card. I don't drink that kind of coffee. And so I felt a little bit that the explanations I was given made me feel as if my question was stupid. And that was not a great feeling. So I'm sure that's not what you intended, but there was something about the tone, about how you talked to me that made me feel, okay, I'm going to stop asking questions now. And that's not a great way to have your audience feel. So it's just something to think about for the future.
Do you have any other questions for us?
Oh, I just wanted to apologize. I'm really sorry if the way I spoke made you feel that way. That was really not my intention. So
no, I do understand it wasn't your intention.
Really
and again,
sorry.
It's just a way that, we learn how to do things as we're presenting. And so I just felt that it was only fair for me to share that with you. But
No
I know
worries.
you didn't intend that.
I appreciate it.
All right, so if you have we have no more further feedback. Thank you, team. Have a good rest of your week. You may leave the Zoom now, and thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
All right, so would you like to go in your breakout room and complete your score entering? Also, before or after, whenever you feel like it, send me in the chat who you found was the best speaker.
Yes,
Can you tell me what the names were of the speakers?
So there was, hold on, give me a second.
And by best speaker, do you mean, because I have to say the best speaker for me got a little, because of how that question was answered a couple times with, overwhelm us and this and that. Although I did feel she was the best speaker, I didn't like that. was like,
Whatever best speaker means to you.
okay, I'm gonna have to like
So
debate
there was
further.
Jasmine, who was the
Yep, we know it. Yeah.
Marley, Karen, and Kira.
Okay, Kira. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank
How much
you.
time do we have?
You have 10 minutes.
Okay,
Actually,
perfect.
wait, let me check 1 second. Yeah, the next team will be here at 6:50, so 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, awesome.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
That's the last team that's going to be coming in?
Yeah, the last team's on their way in now.
Okay.
Were you done?
Yeah, well, I guess we have no choice.
They're all in the
We're just
waiting
chit-chatting a
room.
bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So no worries.
That's
Sorry
fine.
about that. All right, so Anne, I'm just missing your best speaker.
Oh, right. I had trouble with that one. I don't know what to do. It's a compromise. Okay.
Perfect.
Life is a compromise, right?
All right, so are we ready to let them in?
Yep.
Oh, wait till Linda sits back down. Perfect. I will let them in. Ooh, I was on mute. Hello, team. So you know the drill with the timesheets, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 0 minutes. Who would like to share their screen?
Oh, sure. Can you guys see it?
On the ball, yes. Perfect. Judges ready? Awesome. So team, whenever you'd like, go ahead. Good luck.
Contactless payments are part of the broader urban trend of making technology more people-centric and easier to use. This ties into the trend that today's consumers are used to fast online payments for goods and services. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, myself, along with my colleagues Adrian, Marcus, and Daniel, will be helping to explain how you can help make Montreal Transit Commission's LA online payment system more reliable and effective. While looking at the current system that was in place, we identified a number of issues, but the ones we will primarily focus on were connectivity, connection issues, and IP address alignment concerns. The primary problem that we will be addressing today is how to improve the reliability of MTC's LA payment system to optimize transit riders' experience. Our solution is to diversify LA services to provide a digital platform and boost network system capabilities and capacity. This will increase transit ridership as well as the ease of making transit payments. Now taking a look at our problem identification as well as the analysis. What we identified is there are a number of technological issues with the current system that is in place. These are related to software, hardware, and network. However, the majority of the technological concerns, or 60% of them to be exact, are related to the network. This is what we'll be focusing on primarily in our solution today. We noticed that there are concerns with connectivity, connection speed, and the ability to assign an IP address. We anticipate that this is mostly related to buses, as it's very common for transit systems to be unable to maintain a steady connection on buses, and the LA payment system is currently operating off of Wi-Fi networks on these modes of transportation. So if this does not become under control, they continue to run the risk of decreased ridership, continuing to receive negative publicity, as well as losing revenue. So we've identified a number of key trends in recent years. These trends include the increasing preference for electronic payments, as well as a survey that highlighted that 41% of transit riders increased the number of trips they took in cities where the mobile fare payment option had been implemented. We've seen that mobile fare payment systems have been implemented successfully in countries around the world. Therefore, to align with current trends, Montreal Transit Commission must have a reliable mobile fare payment option. And the case study we would like to highlight in particular is China, as China has successfully implemented contactless payment based on various mobile applications and digital scanners on all modes of transportation, and they maintain reliable networks using port Wi-Fi hotspot routers on buses. Now Adrian will explain our recommendation.
Thank you, Rachel. As discussed by my colleague, in looking for a solution, we needed to first investigate the prevalent issue. Following up with Rachel, the main issue is that we want to focus on the network issues, which has a prevalence of up to 60%. These issues include connection problems, connection speed issues, and IP address assignment issues. Given the issue at hand, we need to look at different solutions that can address these problems. To address these problems, our team looked at 3 paths that we could take. These included implementing a Square reader, implementing a mobile data hotspot device, or having stronger Wi-Fi routers at each station. In trying to reach our goal of sustainability, improve connection, and create a cost-effective solution, we found that implementing a mobile data hotspot device for each MTC vehicle will be the best solution. This is backed up as implementing square readers would cause a lot of e-waste, and stronger Wi-Fi routers at each station will not address the issues of buses being disconnected in locations without Wi-Fi. To discuss more about the solution, I'll be handing this off to Daniel.
Thanks, Adrian. As technology rapidly evolves, the Montreal Transit Commission has the ability to adopt innovative and creative solutions while ensuring simple and easy to utilize technologies and implementations. Although MTC has made strides to adopt smart card technology system Alair, they have had key shortcomings in software and hardware, stemming from the unreliability of other network systems. Currently, connectivity and connection speeds are unreliable and unpredictable, where hardware efficiency and success dependent on networking systems creates frequent issues. In addition, in an age of mobility where immense growing demand is for everything to be mobile, Alair restricts customers with a necessary physical card. Going forward, we develop a sustainable and dependable networking service, which will ensure hardware reliability jointly. Adapting to consumer demands, Alair also expands its platform from a physical card to also provide a digital platform, which is accessible and intuitive. Let's dive into our networking system. MTC operates a complex network of buses, streetcars, subways, and paratransit services. Subways and their respective terminals have stable networking systems capable of sustaining data, communication, and IoT. However, with buses, streetcars, and paratransit services, networking systems are incredibly volatile and pose immense issues with Alair devices. Therefore, we integrate mobile data device. Using simple and accessible LTE connections, mobile data devices are able to effectively connect to network systems while addressing both connectivity speed, flexible implementation, and need for IP addressing. How do we integrate them? We simply install the mobile data system, as you see on the screen right here, inside the bus and attach an antenna on the top of the bus, and we're ready to go. From here, let's dive into our Alair app. This is possible through near field communication, NFC, and embedded secure element, ESC, which are industry standardized technology widely available in various mobile devices. If you've never heard of NFC and ESC, you're using it every single day you tap your credit card. So how is this technology leveraged? Securely load your account or cards with funds with instant purchase via your preferred payment platform. Tap your mobile device onto a reader when boarding your transportation platform, such as trains or buses, and tap when you leave, so it's automated calculated. Aside from payment services, you can check real-time schedules, figure out the fastest way to your destination, or review past transactions made through Alair. Throughout this process, you can be confident your information is private and secure. Offering both mobile and card platforms, users can utilize whatever they prefer as accessible. Alair grows into an intuitive application which houses all needs and services of MTC customers. So how does this look for Remy, a third-year student at McGill University studying mechanical engineering? Remy wants an accessible solution to go from home to university. As he's environmentally and financially conscious, Remy decides to take the subway through MTC. He downloads the app and purchases the Alair card, loads funds into his account through Apple Pay, and is ready to go. He taps into the subway on his way in and taps out when he's at the station. Alair automatically calculates the distance and charges the card, which then Remy can review on the Alair app in the future. However, he forgot his card at the university on his way back. As he's able to directly utilize his funds through the app, he taps his phone and gets home. The remaining funds on the card, it's directly linked to his account, which he can access, and all he has to do is cancel the card if he can't find it. Our vision with Alair is to provide accessible and efficient services, reduce technology problems, and ultimately maximizing payment versatility and convenience to consumers of all kinds. I'd love to pass it over to Adrian for the implementation.
Thank you, Daniel. In terms of implementation, this is the roadmap laid out for Alair's implementation. This strategy involves first sourcing the GlocalMe Wi-Fi hotspot devices, and from there, we'll go into software development into Alair's app. Once both stages are completed, we'll be moving to implement an app payment system so that those with a phone can simply use it like their Alair card to pay for transit. For those that don't have their phone, they can still use their Alair card to pay for transit. However, this will be used on a terminal connected to the GlocalMe hotspot, ensuring less connection issues, as Daniel discussed. Ultimately, the end goal is that the client can reliably use Alair services to pay for access to Montreal's transit system. Diving into the implementation timeline, you can see below that we'll be planning to implement both our marketing and distribution strategies starting 2020. For distribution, we'll be planning to develop Alair's app in the first year, and starting 2021, distribute and continuously adapt Alair's app from 2021 onwards. For marketing strategy, we'll be aiming to continuously advertise about LA's news app using social media. And once distribution and implementation has occurred for LA's app, we'll be implementing and looking into advertising the new abilities of using your phone to pay for transit. For the marketing plan, I'll be handing this off to Rachel.
Thanks, Adrian. We're thinking about the provider we want for our network that will be providing the Wi-Fi hotspots on the buses. We want to partner with Bell for three main reasons. Firstly, as Canada's largest network, it has secure networks and also has relevant experience as it's a Montreal-based company and has deployed Internet of Things solutions to cities across Canada. Next, we recognize that there were a number of change management concerns that were not addressed when the new solution was first introduced. So what we saw when they tried to introduce a digital solution in the past was that vehicle operators were not comfortable with the switch to the smart card system, so they were giving inconsistent information to the transit riders. To remedy this, when we roll out the new solution, we'll provide training for the vehicle operators that provides them with the necessary knowledge to use the system, as well as to perform basic troubleshooting, as well as helping them to understand the benefits of the new system. We also recognize that there's been a number of negative publicity over the past couple of years with this new solution. So when we introduce a new solution, we'll have a public communications plan. This communications plan will have a number of different channels, including social media, updating the MTC website, having print advertisements on the side of buses and billboards that are located both within buses as well as within transit terminals and train stations, as well as having TV publicity. This will enable us to reach transit riders as well as potential transit riders from a variety of different demographics and help them to understand the changes that are coming and how this will increase their experience. Now Marcus will explain our financials.
Thank you, Rachel. In terms of the market outlook, the current trends our team identified include the digital payment transformation for riders around the globe, the increasing global deployment of mobile ticket options like LA, and the contactless payments becoming crucial in the transportation industry, making LA one of the best solutions. Therefore, the technology issues should be addressed. So in terms of the key costs that will be incurred with our recommendation, LA can expect a networking revamping cost of 1.4 million in the first year and a recurring 1.1 million in data cost afterward. In addition to that, a software development cost of 50,000 for the improvement of the already existing app, with an addition of the inclusion of the cloud services, which has an initial cost of 70,000 and then a retention cost of 20,000 onwards. With that being said, some of the key assumptions used for the cost comparison include the fact that network reliability in subway terminals is high. Therefore, we're not taking into consideration for the maintenance network cost in our calculations. However, there are approximately 405,000 riders that use the other modes offered. And finally, 10% of the terminals from LA malfunction on a daily basis, which affects riders' experience. With that, the cost breakdown forecasted include the network implementation alongside the software implementation and cloud integration to the already existing LA app. Although LA can expect a 6% on average increased cost in comparison to maintaining and replacing the terminals, LA can also expect a decrease in the customer user base in the long run affect its profitability if these issues are not resolved. This brings us to the comparison between the status quo and the new normal with implementation. Assuming that LA sees a decreased customer base year over year if they don't fix their technical issues, LA can expect a decrease in gross profit every year of an average 26%, bringing LA an accumulated 550 million loss over the 5-year period forecasted. So addressing these concerns is a must. I will pass it back to Adrian.
Thank you, Marcus. Of course, with our financial plan laid out, let's talk about the impact. With the adoption of LA's app, we'll be implementing 2 of the 17 United Nations SDG goals. These include sustainable cities and communities and climate action. Both were tackled as the adoption of LA's app will provide greater convenience for commuters to use a transit system, reducing individual car travel and providing more a sustainable future. In terms of ethics, with the adoption of LA's app as a payment system, we need to ensure that consumer data are not stored in the app. Secondly, with the adoption of LA's Pay, this will allow easier access for individuals to use MTC's transit system. To summarize today's talking points for the key performance indicators, we can first expect a 26% difference in average gross profit. Secondly, with the adoption of LA's app, we anticipate more users to switch to LA services, reaching actually their goals of 80% by 2025. Finally, as I mentioned earlier, the implementation of LA's app will allow for a proposal to attain the SDG goals. Regarding the risks, the first risk that we need to look into is that users may not have access to a phone with mobile data. Users might lose their LA card, and users may find that the LA app is unintuitive to use. However, for the first two issues, this can be resolved as individuals can still use their LA card for transit payment. If the user loses their card, they can still have their phone to be able to continue access to the transit system. If the user loses their card and they don't have access to their phone, they can basically go through Daniel's process for the customer's journey. In the end, the idea is that to summarize our team, we basically look at MTC's LA payment system. We tackled this issue by looking into implementing mobile hotspot devices in buses. From this strategy, we will ensure that users will encounter less issues using LA's payment cards. And in addition, with the deployment of LA's app, we believe greater adoption of LA's system will be achieved with greater convenience and ease of transit payment. Thank you so much.
All right, judges, if you have any questions, go on ahead.
Sure, I guess I'll get the ball rolling here. Very good presentation, everyone. It felt to me that the presentation was like very concrete, and I could mobilize a team to deliver this, which is pretty good, right? This is what you kind of want, right? The solution is that you proposed is very technical, I think, in nature. And with technical solutions, it's sometimes hard to communicate the benefit to the client because it should have been this way a long time ago, right? That's how they feel, right? How might you communicate the outcomes to the clients and measure the benefit that comes out of those outcomes over the course of this transformation?
Sure, I can answer that. So if we go back to our key trends slide, Marcus, please. So there's actually a study conducted down in the US that looked at the user experience before these mobile pay systems had been implemented versus after. And what they found that we think is of relevance to the client is that 41% increase in transit ridership. This, we think, would be an opportunity for them to not only increase the user experience, decrease some of the negative press and publicity that they've been receiving, but also increase their revenue base, their rider basis. And then once we get more users onto transit, that would be removing them from other less sustainable transportation modes, such as driving a vehicle. So there'd be the sustainability aspect in addition to the financial aspect as well.
Thank you.
I can jump in now and say that I very much enjoyed your presentation. Thank you for that. And my question was actually relatively similar to what Mohammed was asking. You've got a large number of angry customers and you've got a large number of unmotivated and unhappy operators. And I was just wondering, the solutions you're suggesting sound to me to be relatively long-term. You know, over time, people are going to see that this is a good way to proceed, to go. Is there something that you can do in the shorter term that might help your customers and your operators to get on board with you?
So I think for this, we could go back to our change management plan. So what we recognized is that with the current implementation, as you mentioned, a lot of the current operators of these buses were not comfortable with the system. So while we're working on rolling out this new implementation, we could provide that training in advance to help them really understand the benefits of this new system, help them to understand how to use it. If we're going into the short term, we could roll out a similar training for a system that's currently in place. In terms of the negative press coverage, we could also have a communications plan to address some of these concerns and to show that we're working on improving the network quality to alleviate these concerns in the short term. And then we'll roll out the implementation within about a year.
Thanks.
I'll ask a couple questions. I really liked your presentation. I thought it covered a lot of the very important issues and really put them into a nice story together. I had some questions around, you talked about developing software, and I was wondering whether we should partner with anybody, or do we have the internal capabilities to do this within MTC?
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer that. Marcus, can you go to the LA implementation timeline or roadmap? Yes. So before that, sorry. So actually both slides cover this. So to answer your question, in regards to actually hooking with some sort of Montreal-based company for this app development, within the case, we found that LA actually has their own software already developed, which actually really helped us in terms of the timeline to actually implement the software, this LA app. Having that knowledge, you can basically say that LA can cut their costs down by having their own software development team to implement this app so that users can actually gain access to their services and basically expand, to have clients to have reliable and ease of access to Montreal's transit system.
So basically you're saying we already have the team in place to do it?
Yes.
The development of the app. Okay, thanks. And in your plan for when I looked at your financials, did you have the marketing costs in there?
In terms of the marketing costs, it was a cost that was already assuming the operations of MTC in general. So those ones were not included in the marketing, as they are constantly trying to do the transformation part of the cost.
Okay, so you're assuming it's within our already existing marketing costs that we would kind of shift our focus of our existing marketing? Okay.
Yep.
And can we go back to the financials, actually, your financial slide? I was just wondering, you mentioned 26%. If we go in the next slide, I was just wondering, I think it was the next slide. I was just wondering how we got to 26% average.
Definitely, I can go into the cost breakdown in the appendices. So one of the things that we are comparing here is actually the status quo and the actual when we actually fix the networking and with the software developing thing. So the way that we actually calculated the average gross profit is by calculating the complete average of all our gross profit from the previous status quo with the previous status quo and the new normal, and then in those terms we actually calculated what was the difference between each of the implementation. So if the previous one was around, so calculating from the previous one, the average of throughout like the 5 years was around the 26% in terms of the differential gross profit.
And that's because so a lot of the profit comes from avoiding that loss of ridership. Is that?
Yeah, the gross profit that comes from avoiding from actually fixing the technical issues include the fact that it was expected that throughout the following years of the implementation, we would actually be able to keep LA's expectation of the 15% growth, the 20% growth, the 50% growth, and the 60 and the 80 during the last year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a quick question about your sustainability goals. And I really, I applaud and I'm excited about the idea of more and more people using public transit as opposed to driving their own cars. But Montreal is cold. It's really, really cold. And I was just wondering how much room you thought there was for people to be taking things like buses and, being out and about. Do you feel that continued increase in the percentage of people who are willing to take public transit is, do you think it's backed up by evidence, or is it just something that you think because people want to be sustainable, they're going to go out of their way, maybe to be uncomfortable, but just to contribute to the sustainability effort? Like, where do you get those assumptions that underlie this increase in ridership?
For sure, I can take that question. So in terms of the growth rate that we are actually assuming, the growth rate is actually in the LA user base. So we already know that currently the 10% of the 10% of the actual riders from the MTC public transit system are actually using the LA paying system. In terms of the sustainability aspect, one of our teammates that worked on that can actually talk more about it.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. And if you go to the sustainability and ethics slides, on top of that, that was based on the case of how we got our numbers for increased growth. Regarding sustainability, the idea is that we're tackling two of the SDG goals, which is climate action and sustainable communities and infrastructure. So the idea is, in Montreal, there's a lot of incentives, especially if you look into the current market, there's lots and lots of incentives for people to actually be more sustainable. There's large ad marketing, basically within Montreal, looking at the demographics, looking at the context of that city, and seeing that, and seeing how they built up their transit system, especially subways, and looking into the busing systems, is actually very reliable. The issue here is, of course, you mentioned winters, and of course, that is something that we cannot actually really control. Weather is Mother Nature, right? How can you control that? So in terms of our growth numbers, those were based off the case numbers from LA. But in terms of actually incentivizing and saying that is it reasonable that people that would actually go to transit, despite the fact that it is winter, would they not do it for the sustainability aspect? Given the context of Montreal, we truly believe that it is reasonable because of the context and because there are people who are really advocates of this green, sustainable future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. Ask one more question. When we went to the, can you flip maybe to the financial slides?
Is it this one?
Yeah, that one, exactly. One number that jumped out to me was the software maintenance costs at $5,000. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5,000. Yeah. So curious to know what that includes, because $5,000 sounds like maybe the salary of a person for a month or less. And that would be to cover the software maintenance the entire year. I would have expected a lot more than that. So curious to know what that number means.
Yeah, the reason this is actually just in terms of the current maintenance of the current improvement of the app. It is like part of the entire cost that already MTC already has in place in terms of the software. As well, already know they already have their own software. So what we're doing here is the cost of the improvement, and it is gonna be the cost associated to actually maintaining that part of the improvement throughout the years.
Okay. And I guess just a bonus question while we're here: how does COVID impact all this?
One of my teammates can actually ask that question, but really great one.
I think that's a great question, Mohammed, especially inside our contemporary society right now. I think COVID-19 has presented a unique situation inside our environment right now. And all we can do is create an environment where once we start integrating back into in-person plus transportation opportunities, that is convenient and accessible. So what we're doing right now is setting up MTC as well as the Lair app to be accessible, convenient, and very intuitive for people to access and utilize in their future applications. So it's a slow integration in the future as we continue to grow.
Great answer, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Mohammed.
All right, would the judges have any further questions?
Great job, team.
Perfect. So judges, you can go ahead and start your deliberation. I will thank you team for your lovely presentation. I will send you now to the team breakout room so you can de-stress. Mr. Coach, I remind you to keep your camera and your voice off if possible. Thank you very much. Good job. Were you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I always feel bad. I'm like, oh, I don't want to cut them in the middle of a conversation, but it's been 13
Yeah, no, we're
minutes,
good.
so-
We just have to do the name now.
Well, first is feedback time.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
So I'll bring them back in if that's all right with you.
Oh, yeah, we forgot to chat about that a little bit, but
yeah.
You got this. You got this.
We'll just ad lib.
Okay. I'm going first though.
Yeah. We're old pros now, right?
Right. Okay. May I start? Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. We were quite enthusiastic about the solution you came up with. It was direct, it was straightforward, it made good sense. So we were very, very pleased with what you did. One hesitation, some of the slides were a little busy, and it may have been useful because sometimes you went down a column, sometimes you went back and forth that way. So sometimes it was hard to see where you were going. So all I'd recommend for the future is maybe use animation so that you bring things in one piece at a time. And that would help us as an audience follow where you're going. But we were very happy with where you went. And there were a couple other things that I'll leave my fellow judges to give you the details of.
all right, I guess I'll go. I thought as well, as Linda articulated, that it was a great presentation. And similar to what I said earlier on, like it just felt that I could take those slides or that information and actually implement it in a way that would make sense, right? Obviously, I would need maybe to build out an implementation plan or whatever the case may be, but I could iterate on it and take it, take your vision and make it real. So that was just fantastic. Honestly, it's just because maybe I have to say something. The one thing that I'll say is the application costs just seem oddly low a little bit. It wasn't earth-shattering, and the only reason why I picked up on it is because we had went to that slide at the end. But like when we think about application maintenance, right, for something that is servicing the entire or parts of the population in Montreal, you would think that it will take more than one full-time person to do it, right? And $5,000 a year is probably a month worth of someone's salary. So just something to keep in mind. Unless you're outsourcing it, maybe that was the case, or unless there's probably different factors that might impact that. But I would love to hear that in the answer if that was the case. But all things considered, you brought us a solution that was that touched on pretty much all aspects of implementations and transformations that you might want to deal with, whether it be change management aspects or risk and issues, which you touched on. Even taking a step further, in my opinion, talking about who you would want to partner from a network perspective, that was key. And where I really kind of the part where I was super happy to see it was just the words cloud services, and the fact that you've made assumptions that if you're going to move to cloud services, then there probably is no more hardware costs associated. And that's the kind of thing I think that like shows that you have a full kind of comprehensive solution.
So I'm going to add to my peers' comments, and I actually really enjoyed your presentation. I felt you hit a lot of the basically all the marks. You understood the case very well. You had a very good introduction analysis. I liked when you went through, you showed us what the app would look like, so you made it real. I really liked the fact you had that customer journey where you showed us what happens if you lose a card, you have your phone. I like that because it gives that kind of detail, helps people visualize what you're thinking, your vision. I like the fact you had the device, you showed us what the device was, you made it real and implementable. I like that. And not all of us are technology experts, but you made it so that we could understand what you were doing, and you made it very real. So I thought that was a very good part of your presentation on many fronts. What the issues that you addressed in the beginning were addressed in your implementation plan. You thought about change management, which I thought was a very good thing, sustainability as well. So that was all these things that you did well. Your timeline for implementation made sense. You thought, Mohammed mentioned, you thought about a potential partner. So I like all those things that you did to really show that you've given that thought. If I had to say something that, could have been like a little thing that would have been maybe nice, when you explained your different alternatives that you considered, you could have described each alternative a little bit more, just because we were comparing them, and I understood, like, I liked your decision matrix, but the other ones were not quite clear. So but that's like, it's so minor, and it's not like, but just, so that we're following along with you as to your thought process, that could have been maybe a little bit thing. And sometimes, for example, this is maybe some of the other teams came up with these other ones. So sometimes you want to tell us a bit about them, so that, if we're picking between you and another team, we could say, oh, we disregarded this one for this, that, and reason, because we didn't think it was good. So just something to keep in mind of competition aspect. That I really liked your whole presentation. Like Mohammed said, and Linda, it was fantastic. And maybe there were some things with the financials, but they were details. They were not like substantial things. So I appreciated that. So very good overall, great job. And I wish I could have more constructive feedback to give you, but I don't.
I do have one more thing to add that I forgot to mention as well, which is something I want to mention, so that folks like you could continue kind of doing that stuff. Is your solution was pragmatic, and it wasn't about like having the latest technologies or the nice shiny objects that you might hear about in your classes. It was just a solution that works, and sometimes that's the most important thing. So I just wanted to call that out.
And I'd like to jump in too and say that I threw a question at you about Montreal winters that was a little bit offhand, but I think that you dealt with it well. So I thank you for allowing me to ask a somewhat wacky question and taking it well into consideration and giving me a good answer. So thanks for that.
Do you have any questions for us?
I'd just like to say the constructive information was great. I think you picked up on the minimal things that we need to improve for next time. So I think we greatly appreciate it. I just want to thank you for your time again today. And Linda and Mohammed, your questions were quite different to what we expected, and they were very thought-provoking. So I wanted to comment on that.
All right. So thank you, Transio Business Consulting. Did I get that right? Yes. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of your week. You may leave the Zoom now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. So I got confirmation that you've already entered all your scores, right? You're on mute.
Yep.
Can we go back and I just want to go back and make sure.
You can go back and look over, no problem.
Just to make sure I didn't do any stupidities.